Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome. We are doing a kind of impromptu live storm assessment today. Some storms in eastern Ontario have popped, and more so north of Ottawa on the Quebec side, and have already gone severe warrants. So that's why I decided to do a live stream this afternoon. Connor's in Alberta, but we're going to do this while watching the radar here. So welcome aboard if you're just jumping on. Got some comments already. Just looking here, comment from London. Yeah, we weren't, storms today were very conditional if they were going to happen. They have, several have gone, as you can see on the radar here, and I'm gonna zoom in to these areas. So there's about two or three of them on the Quebec side just north of Ottawa, and these ones south of Ottawa, just over, basically just north of Kemptville, over Vernon, and in that area have just also developed. So we'll keep an eye on all this, and I'll update you guys on how this is all going to progress. So I'll just go back a few frames here on the radar, and you can see that going backwards here, they're coming from the west, moving eastward with a slight southeast trajectory. So they are going to move down, and they could possibly cross back into Ontario. And let's see if we've got another frame here. Probably not. No. So this storm that is heading towards Val-des-Monts, Perkins, and is just north of Mont Cascade is definitely indicative of hail. This is the strongest storm currently ongoing that you can see here. So anybody that's east of there or southeast, Perkins, Buckingham, definitely going to need to pay attention on that storm there. And it's followed quickly by another storm that's basically just to the west or northwest of it. I am keeping an eye on the storm that just went over Chelsea and Cantley. This one isn't as strong, but it is definitely got a bit of lightning on it and heavy precipitation and some winds, but nothing too serious right now at this exact moment. But these literally just started within the last half an hour to an hour. So wanted to get people aware if anybody's outside doing anything, and you're to the east of these storms, definitely going to have to take that into consideration. Just want to look, I'm going to click here and see what Environment Canada has posted in terms of the data. So they're saying conditions are favorable for the development of severe thunderstorms that may be capable of producing strong wind gusts, large hail, and heavy rain, which is what I would expect based on what we're seeing on radar. So again, the main storm that right now that I would consider that's got hail is this one to the north of Mont Cascade. That's the one right now that we're going to keep an eye on, along with the other two that are in close proximity. Our last scan was at 4:23, so we should get one here very shortly. And if you guys have any questions, I'm going to zoom out just so we can see a better look. But as you can see, most of the activity is just north into Quebec, so the western portion of Quebec. And, right now the storms in Ontario side are a little weaker, are definitely weak. But this storm here is continuing to grow, and it's now stretched over to Val-des-Monts, St. Pierre to Wakefield, that kind of area. So it's currently just over Wakefield, or just to the east of Wakefield, I should say. The storm behind it is definitely indicative of hail again. It's starting to show that right in this area. So anytime you see purple, definitely a possibility of hail within that storm. Nothing large, I would say, at this point. You're talking maybe peas at most would be my guess, without having eyes on the ground. So that's where we're at right now. So we'll continue to monitor this and let you guys know. I am going to just update a few things here. I'm going to get our streaming, our scrolling text to get updated here. just to give you guys accurate information. Severe storm warnings. Okay, so let's get that. Okay, we'll get this updated. In the meantime, we will see if these storms continue to progress. There are definitely a couple of models that were showing possibilities of some storms, but nothing too bad. But these storms are definitely stronger than what they were showing. So that's why I jumped on and started to do a live stream here just to keep people up to date. So we've got that, and I'm just going to scroll out here. I have a feeling that the storms on the Ontario side down here, which are just showers at this point, there's nothing here other than just plain showers, they are looking like they're going to struggle, but just across the Ottawa River, we're definitely seeing a different story there. So we're going to keep that in mind and see if anything progresses out of this. And I'm going to have a look just to see if I can access some, because I don't have Connor, I'm going to see if I can access some cameras on that side just to have a look and figure out if we can get a view of what's happening over there. So bear with me for a second here and we'll take a quick look. And you can see, actually, while I'm doing that, I'll bring this up for you folks. So this is again the visible satellite loop that we run, and it is showing storms popping just north of this Ottawa River, and that's what we're seeing on the radar portion of things. So again, they're I think overperforming slightly, but we'll keep an eye on them to see if they sustain. And that's the thing with weather. You never know. These could go and then suddenly die within half an hour or so. And so I'm just going to pull up some stuff here. Let's see if I can access some cameras. So there's nothing. I'm looking on the 50 here to just kind of see. Straight north of Ottawa is just going to be rain, but up in Val-des-Monts and that area there are no cameras. There's one here at Wakefield. Of course, so as soon as I pull up the camera that's near Wakefield, it tells me this camera is not available at this moment. They're trying to get it back up and running, so I don't know if that has anything to do with power outages. And if anybody knows of power being out in a certain area, I mean, I'd love to see the comment, so we can let others know. But no cameras that I can really access right now other than in Ottawa. And then once it gets to Masson-Angers, I might be able to look in and see what that camera is showing. And that's on the 50. And again, that camera's down as well. Starting to think some of these cameras might be down all the time. Yeah, those two cameras are out. The only ones I've got that I can access are down in the city or in Hull and Gatineau, which right now, Gatineau might be seeing a little bit here. We'll take a look and see what Autoroute 50 shows. So I don't know if I can get bigger than this, unfortunately. It's pretty small, but I will bring it up. So right now you can see that that's just in Gatineau and it's just rain at this point. The highway's wet. That's the local loop on facing eastward, on that. And then let me see if I've got anything else here. So same thing from the other direction, just wet highway. So just basic rain, nothing to worry about there. And we'll go back to the main screen here and see what we've got. This storm, I just got the latest scan for this storm that's in Val-des-Monts, St. Pierre to Wakefield, Wilson's Corners. You can see that purple is really starting to expand on this storm, which would indicate that it's definitely strengthening as I loop back here. So anybody Val-des-Monts, east of there, Perkins, down to Buckingham, that area there is definitely going to have hail, would be my guess, based on this, and it's continuing to grow. So hail, lightning, lots of rain, bit of wind. I will take a look at velocities to see if there's anything in terms of wind. Nothing strong in terms of any kind of winds, just your regular stuff there. So right now, the biggest thing that we're looking at is just the hail on that storm there. I'll zoom back out and take a look. So storm here, this is just near my house. I'm in Kemptville, but this is, again, just showers, and you can see the other storm that went near Vernon and is heading towards Morewood is essentially dying. So storms on this side are going to struggle, like I was saying. So most of what we'll be talking about will be this area here just north of the metro area in Ottawa and Gatineau. Those three cells are popped and definitely throwing lightning and putting out quite a bit of rain and even some hail. So Bourget was bad here yesterday. Yes. So let's have a look at Bourget. So Bourget is in line. I'm just going to show Bourget's down here. And this storm is tracking in this general direction. If it continues to expand and it moves a little southeast, you're going to see some rain and some lightning and a little bit of wind. That's at this time. So it's, I'll just backtrack here to see. Yeah, so it's tracking to maybe just go north of Bourget, but it depends. So it's hard to say sometimes, but it is expanding southward. And Bourget is just on the very edge of that. So we'll see, and I'll keep updating you, but you can watch the radar here just to see where you're located, and we'll see if that continues into that area. And let me see here. So just going to have a look. There are some trailing storms back here down towards Peterborough and stuff, so they're still hours out from being able to get into Eastern Ontario, if they will even make it that far. But we'll keep an eye on that. That's kind of in the back of my mind, what's happening and what's going on. So I will keep checking back on that to see if they do pick up in intensity. But right now, the strongest storm is definitely this one that's center of the screen. And we'll just take a look at a couple of things here. Oops. Okay, I'm just going to send a message to Connor, actually, and just keeping him up to date. I told him, Connor, I've got him, he's going to send his stream if he gets onto something nice out west, and if it's worth looking at, we'll bring it up, but our primary focus is definitely going to be on these severe storms on the Gatineau side and on the Quebec side. We can just pan back and forth between them. Okay, and it looks like they just put up a severe watch on the Ontario side, so I'm just going to have a look at that. Yeah, so they just put one up for the Ontario side, it looks like. Same thing, conditions are favorable for the development of severe thunderstorms that may be capable of producing strong wind gusts, large hail, and heavy rain. So that's the timings over the next few hours at least, and we're going to keep an eye on whether these cross into Ontario, not back, but cross into Ontario as they move eastward. So I'll keep you guys appraised on that. 4:35, so we should see a new scan. And I'm curious to see what happens between these two storms here. There's this gap in between them, and the potential is that one might interfere with the other, which usually weakens them, or there is the possibility that one storm becomes the more dominant storm and absorbs one and then continues on tracking, eastward. So we'll see what the next scan shows up and have a look. And I'm just going to look on visible satellite if I can see anything in terms of what's happening. So they're the two biggest, I'm going to call them, clouds just in the center of the screen. Those are their updrafts as they go up, and it does look like the more northern storm, which is just the one in Val-des-Monts, is a little bit stronger. And yeah, so it's continuing to maintain that strong core on the storm. And I'm actually going to zoom in here because we've gone from pinks and purples to a deeper purple in this area right here. Oh, sorry. In this area right here, right there, that's where we've got a little more intense precipitation. So again, that's going to be hail on that storm. And I'm just going to move the feature up here, and we're going to look at that storm that is now just coming into, it's kind of east of Chelsea. It also is starting to show a strong core in it for the conditions in terms of having some hail possibly on it. So a couple of storms just to pay attention to. Not sure if there's any viewers in that area. I would love to hear from you if you are, and if it, as it passes over, if you can update us. But we'll keep an eye on this and keep going from there. And I'm just gonna, yeah, so this is what I suspected. So I'm just looking at the storms to the south, and as you can see, the ones in Ontario have, I mean they've tried, but they're dying off. So they're either hitting a cap, which is a warmer layer of air above them, which doesn't allow them to grow and expand, and that's what's killing them off possibly. So I'm just going to look back here. These Peterborough storms are severe warned down in that area, and I'm just going to look at the local radar here. So those storms are not as strong as what we're seeing in Gatineau and in Quebec. You can see that they're mostly red and orange. There is a couple pixels of light purple or pink, depending how you look at it. So they are nowhere near as strong as the ones that we're seeing right now in the Quebec side. So I'll zoom back out here, take a look, and get us back on board with these ones here and see what the latest update is. So 4:41 was our latest update about 6 minutes ago. So we still have a few minutes till the next scan. But these two storms heading eastward towards Rockland, Masson, Masson-Angers, all that whole area there. Even Orleans is going to see a little bit of precipitation off this cell based on proximity. But it's on the southern end of it, so it's not likely to see a ton. But if the storm turns south, you could see some heavy precipitation. These would be associated with quite a bit of rain. That's going to be the primary thing on that one, and maybe a little bit of hail. So I'll keep an eye on it for you guys, and we'll keep doing this. Anyone tuning in just now or who's just hopped on, just some storms tracking through just north of Ottawa. Eastern Ontario looks like the storms are struggling. They are hitting a cap. We were just discussing that, so we're watching these storms to the north. Definitely some stronger storms in the area, and the one that's the most intense right now is severe warned, and that's the storm that's over Val-des-Monts, Wilson's Corner, and moving eastward from there. Trajectory is essentially east, but there is a slight southeast component to it. So if you are out in these areas here, you definitely want to, pay attention. And if you've got, anything to do with the outdoors, thunder, lightning, and some hail with some wind associated there coming through. So need to pay attention to that eastward of there, Thurso, all along the river essentially. So just getting a comment here. Okay, here in Perth, but some clouds are building. Yeah, there would be. Perth right now should be fairly good. There probably won't be anything down in the Perth area, just cloud cover like you're mentioning. The storms are definitely going to be on the Quebec side at this point. Rain and thunder in Orleans right now, that bodes from what I'm seeing on radar, and we'll see what the next scan brings up, which should be any second here. I suspect Orleans is going to get a fair bit of rain if this storm expands south. Sorry, give me a hair. Dominic, my first tornado encounter happened in Bourget in 2012, I believe. Went over my house, tore some shingles off, and dissipated a few kilometers south of me. Yeah, that's not a fun experience. Being a guy who chases tornadoes over the last 10 years, I'm a fan of seeing them in fields, not doing damage to people's property and stuff like that. But Mother Nature does what she wants, so yeah, not a fun time. I got a comment. Marie, hi. We're watching from Hawkesbury. Welcome aboard. Hawkesbury still a ways off, but you are in line with these storms. If they do continue and they maintain their intensity, definitely Hawkesbury would be an area that is going to see that from precipitation and wind and rain from these storms. So went for a drive afterwards. Okay, Dominic, sorry. Went for a drive afterwards and noticed a clear path of uprooted trees. Yeah, that's a definite indicator that you've had some pretty intense winds. Just looking at this storm that's over Val-des-Monts, it is definitely maintaining its intensity. Again, we're seeing all that purple. The storm to the south did lose a bit of that purple. It's gone. It's only dark reds. So again, in there, heavy precipitation. Orleans is definitely going to get rain and thunder and lightning from this as well. And there's another storm, it looks like, that's popping now. It's west of Montpellier, Chenville, that area. It has a small area of purple, and it's a tight, small cell. So that just recently happened in terms of initiation. And you can see if I backtrack here, it was just regular showers, and then within one scan, it got really intense. So there's a decent updraft there happening. So we'll keep an eye on that one as well. That'll be a storm that could intensify. So again, as these move along, we'll update and give you guys some answers. I'm just going to look to see if the cameras on the Quebec side are not playing nice today, unfortunately. So they're not making my life easy. I'm just going to see if on the Ottawa side, or on the Ontario side, I should say, apologies. I'm going to see what Ontario 511 has for that. So on the Ottawa side, ton of cameras. It's funny, there's no cameras in Orleans. They're only along the 417, and that's at the split. So I don't have any cameras that I can access on the Orleans side, so I can't give you guys an update on visuals there. I'm just looking at Walkley, 417 and Walkley, and it's dark. You can see that there's obviously a storm in the background. Let me see if I can bring this up, so I'll share this with you guys. And so you can see this is looking kind of northeast, and above the trees you can see how gray and dark it is. So that's the storms that are across the river, and that's what people are seeing. So definitely, like I said, you're going to see lightning and rain, and some hail, obviously, on a couple of these storms that are going stronger than expected, I would say. And That's why we're keeping an eye on them. So I'll see here what's going on. Rockland Wendover gonna get hammered. Comment by Evan Finch. Yes, that whole area looks to get, if the storms persist and they maintain their intensity, anything. I'm just gonna draw a line here for you guys, and anything that kind of east of these storms in this direction. You can see that the storms are forming a bit of a line and they're marching eastward. So anything that way, you definitely have the possibility of seeing, these storms come overhead. And, again, if anybody sees anything for storms, where you've got photos, send them in to us. It's on our Gmail account right there. You can share that with us. And I will, if I have a chance and the photo, I will try and share it to put it up for others to see. So I'm just pulling up a couple of things here. And so there's a question about Peterborough. So those are the storms that are kind of back behind what we're concentrating on. I'll scroll down to Peterborough here and have a look. There are storms there. They do have a severe watch out for them. None of them are currently severe warned, meaning they haven't met the intensity for a severe warning on the actual storm itself. There is lightning, rain, and some wind. Nothing extremely intense, but those are all the storms that are out in this area here. So essentially, where's Oshawa? Peterborough is, so these storms are all to the west. They are headed in that direction. I will roll the radar here. So they are just going southeast. So you might get spared in Peterborough, but it's hard to say if anything else pops in this area. But they are kind of more on a southeast trajectory. So may not impact you in Peterborough. And let's get back here. I'll bring this up. Okay, let's have a look here, and I'll go back and take a look. Comments. Pretty breezy here in Perth and hot. Yeah, comment from Logger John. Definitely the case. Humidity is not my friend when I'm outside, so I can definitely relate to that. Question, any news on Morrisburg? Morrisburg right now, I will zoom back and drag here. So there are no storms heading towards Morrisburg. Currently, Hallville Mountain has a small shower. That is it. That's all. So and it's dying. I just looked at the latest scan, and it's dying. So Morrisburg, you look to be in the clear. We've just got the latest scan on this storm, and they are definitely starting to interact with each other. So for those of you that have been tuned in for a while, there was a gap between these storms roughly here, and now they're reaching out and interacting. And the storm that's over Val-des-Monts, I'm sure if anybody's up there, they're getting hail and a lot of rain is what I would say, and obviously the lightning component of it. So that's the strong storm right now, and whether it absorbs this storm into it. For example, if it starts to take this storm and ingest it, essentially, that obviously would intensify the storm more than likely, and it would continue eastwards. So looking at more comments. In Orleans now, bright flashes and loud cracks in Orleans, so thank you for the update. Canadian Timbit looks like it's skipping over me and into Orleans. Yes, so it's definitely missing the vast majority of Ottawa, for example. I watched radar last night and I felt awful for anybody that was downtown Ottawa for the fireworks display, because there was one tiny little storm that just came across and went through downtown Ottawa. It wasn't. It was just a lot of rain. Nothing super intense, but I definitely felt awful for anybody that was outside or caught outside in that, having a fun time. So Dominic was good to him. Wendover was good to me during high school. Okay. I missed that. Too late. Sorry, Dominic. It poured last night around 7:30. Yes, that's about the time I was looking at that storm. So, um, yeah, we'll take a look here. 4:53. So we've got about 3-4 minutes for the next scan to come up. The storm that's behind this one is definitely maintaining some intensity as well, and sorry, it's got a bit of dark red and a little bit of purple, so I wouldn't suspect there's hail here, but it does have a stronger core, so just lots of precipitation on that one. And we'll just zoom back out here and take a look at it. So, yeah, Dominic, my bad, buddy. I should have caught that second comment. Anyways, that's what social media is for. Just going to see if they've extended. So right now on the Quebec side, the severe watch all the way out to Bell Falls, just on the edge of, Hawkesbury and across the river from Hawkesbury, which is Grenville. And the Ontario side has extended it essentially right to the, to the border. I'm just taking a look here. Yeah, so they've got it right into the edge of the border just before crossing into Quebec right now. Those are watches, so that's just meaning that storms are possible. This darker yellow highlighted frame that you're seeing is actually a severe thunderstorm warning area, meaning it's ongoing, and these storms within that area are considered severe. So that's the difference there, just in case. So. Okay, let's have a look here. I'm just having a double check to make sure there's nothing that's come in here. Okay, perfect. And for anybody that's tuning in, if you're not subscribed, definitely suggest subscribing to the YouTube channel. We will always do our best to put up notifications on the Facebook pages, just to say that we are going live and what we are covering, that kind of stuff. So we will put that up, but if you are subscribed to the channel and you turn on notifications, which is the little bell icon, it on your smartphone will send you a notification when we do go live, to let you know, so you don't miss out on anything if it's of interest to you, because primary is Eastern Ontario, Western Quebec, but we did try streaming last night in Alberta. That didn't quite work out just because of the locale that Connor was in. So the stream itself was not good. He was on a nice storm, but it didn't last very long. It was within 2 hours. It had kind of materialized and died, but it looked pretty for a while. So here's our latest scan. So the storm is kind of congealing into one, and the more severe portion of it is to the north still. However, there is a lot of red and dark red for Cumberland, Angers, Templeton, heading towards Hammond, Clarence Creek, Rockland. All those areas are definitely going to see some heavy precipitation. A good thunderstorm, I would say. I will actually take a look at winds just to see what they're showing. So winds are not strong at this point. I'm just looking here to see, we're seeing areas of 15 miles an hour. There's that's all minimal. So the wind gusts are not bad right now. I'm just looking at the one that's by Wakefield. Yeah, so we've got 18 miles an hour, which is, you're looking at under 30 kilometers an hour, that kind of thing. So nothing intense in terms of wind. It's just going to be hail and lots of precipitation in terms of rain. So just taking a look here. Lightning returns in Cumberland on that south side of the line is really intensifying fast. Yes, it's definitely growing in size. Dominic, you're right. Or Evan, apologies. Is that rotation above Cantley or just radar noise? I think we just looked at that. I think I know what you're looking at. That's radar noise. I don't suspect that that's rotation of any intensity, and I can tell because I go back one frame and it's just a bunch of noise, I'm going to say. There was nothing there prior, and it doesn't look right to me, just somebody who's looked at radar a long time. So good catch there, but that's radar noise, just in case you were wondering, Tristan. Perfect. And Dominic already answered that, but I'm happy to double up on that so that we definitely get your questions answered. I'm just looking to see to the south. This little storm, this is a little rain shower, I'm not even going to call it a storm, is just persisting a little bit, but it's just south of Chrysler at this point. But it's very tiny and of no significance at this point. So for Smith Falls tonight or tomorrow. So there are chances for storms. I don't think tonight unless it was really late. And the reason I say that is these storms that are southwest here, but I don't think they're going to make it up to eastern Ontario because they are tracking eastward and southeastward. So for tonight in Smith Falls, I would say very small chance of anything happening. And tomorrow is also what we call conditional. Today was conditional as well, and obviously the conditions have been met that storms are happening. So a few models were showing storms in the area, and so it's hard to say, but I would say Smith Falls, you're not looking at much. Perfect. Let's just have a look here. Just gonna make sure I'm not missing anything here. I'm just gonna see if Connor. Just checking in with Connor to see if he's got anything nice out west. And I can put up his stream, but we'll see if he comes back with anything. I've got my notifications muted just because I don't want them intruding into the live stream, so I have to always double check. So, Logger John, 100% chance of deer flies here in Perth. Yeah, I've been hearing, actually. I'm in Kemptville and somebody posted a photo of a dog from rural property, and I was absolutely blown away by the deer flies on the dog. It had probably, and this is not an exaggeration, 40 deer flies on its face, and the person was asking what people are doing because they're so bad this year. When I go for my walks at later in the evening, I definitely am wearing bug spray because as soon as I get into the forest, I'm covered as well. So, Star Child, you're welcome. I'm happy to help you out as much as I can. I'm not sure. I'm a skeptic, and I've said this on previous streams. I don't trust models much more than 24 hours out because of how much variation can happen and how much is involved in terms of the slightest little thing changes, and all of a sudden you don't have storms or you have really intense storms. So it's a tough game. People always say meteorologists are always wrong, and you're predicting the future. So I don't know anybody that's really good at that. So it's par for the course. The supercomputers chew on the information, but even they're wrong. So what else here? So got a warning for a severe thunderstorm as of 5:02. So Elmer did. Oh, that's because, okay, so I'm going to explain a little something here. So that's a comment coming in. Elmer getting a warning. So there's so many boxes on the screen, but the problem is you see this warning that extends from Buckingham, goes all the way back through Ottawa to Bell's Corners, and there's Elmer right there. And that's why you got the warning. And storm chasers have been after Environment Canada to change the warning boxes, because you have a warning going out to people for a storm that is moving eastward, and they're getting a warning in Elmer when they're to the west. It makes no sense to do that. It's a system that needs updating, and it's a frustration for lots of people. Even the people that are doing the warnings and stuff like that, they realize there's a better way of doing it, but In the US, they create a box and it's essentially a polygon. And we've been after them to put polygons out. So in Elmer, you have nothing to worry about. It's to do with this storm that just intensified to the south. So remember we were talking about how these two storms were going to interact. I will show you here. This storm right here has really gotten an intense core on it in the last scan, and it literally happened in one cycle of that 8 or 9 minute window. We instantly have a very strong core on the southern storm. The northern storm has lost its intensity. So if you are now, I'm going to zoom in here, you're in Masson, you're in Cumberland, you're in Rockland, even parts of Orleans, there is definitely going to be some hail coming through. There is definitely going to be a heavy downpour and lightning at this point. Now, based on that intensity, I'm going to look at the winds here to see if they've picked up. And they have a little bit, but again, nothing to worry about. It's just a sign of a updraft doing what it does and storms doing what they do. So nothing to be concerned about, just thunder and lightning and some smaller hail on this storm. Okay, so lots of fireflies out last night. Oh, nice. It's funny. We were talking about that as a group the other day, that the fireflies are definitely dwindling in numbers. I remember as a kid seeing them all the time in Ottawa, and now you don't see them as much. So awesome to hear that they're out in Smith Falls. Cinnamon just got a severe thunderstorm warning in Ottawa, and again, that's the flaw of the system that we are dealing with, because it's to do with this storm that is heading towards Cumberland, and the box goes back to the west, which again doesn't make sense. So nothing to worry about in Ottawa right now. Star Child, thanks. Just in case, always good to be prepared. Yes, 100%. I always try and be prepared and not need whatever, when I storm chase, I have all sorts of gear and equipment, first aid, equipment. I hope I never have to use it, kind of like insurance. Evan Finch, looks like it might take a swing at Orleans towards Vars and Limoges, and I agree with that. It is definitely expanding and growing southward, so it still could take a southeast trajectory. We'll see on the next few scans here. So Deep River, got a comment about Deep River. I'll pan back out here and take a look up there. Right now, Petawawa, Deep River, Pembroke, that whole area, there was a small storm that went through, but there is nothing behind it right now. It's clear skies. So for now, nothing. The main storm is crossing into Ontario, it looks like. It is going to head towards the Hawkesbury, Van Cleek Hill areas. Obviously, anybody between the storm in Orleans and Van Cleek, Alfred, Plantagenet, Rockland, all that kind of stuff, you're about to see some rain action and some lightning as well. So just got a thunderstorm for Barry's Bay. Barry's Bay. Why would you have something for Barry's Bay? Okay, give me a sec here. I'm just going to take a look why there would be one in Barry's Bay. Bear with me and we'll take a look here. I don't know why that's not making any sense to me right now. What? Yeah. I mean, that's bizarre. Tyler was just mentioning thunderstorm warning for Barry's Bay, but if you're talking Barry's Bay around Killaloe, Madawaska, that doesn't make sense. But is there another Barry's Bay that I don't know about? A small town that's somewhere in this region? If so, that may make sense, but I don't know of that. So it wouldn't make sense to have one to the west. So perfect. Why does Canada have a severe thunderstorm warning even though there's no storm there? So this is Tornado Pro just tuning in there. I guess just wanted to update as well. So we were talking about that briefly. These warning boxes that you're seeing all over the place. The problem with the way Environment Canada does their warnings is that they put out a giant box. Well, the giant box extends back west behind the storm. And so, for example, somebody got a warning in Elmer back in this area here, right down here. This is Elmer, and the storm is over here. And so you're getting a warning for a storm that's moving away from you. So it's troublesome for people because, especially when it's a tornado warning, that's where it really, gets people's attention. And it's why I recommend that people have a basic understanding of at least looking at some basic radar app where they can play a loop and see the direction of the storms. That way you can look and go, okay, I'm in Ottawa and the storm is in Cumberland and it's moving eastward. I don't have anything really to worry about. It's good to understand a little bit in terms of that, in terms of radar apps and looking at it. So to answer your question, Tornado Pro, that's just our terrible warning box system. I get so frustrated with it. They're saying that there's a new update coming and the boxes are smaller. I have noticed that. Wow. Okay, sorry, just new update came in. This storm is definitely intense. So on the backside here, Cumberland, you are definitely getting some intense precipitation, and like I said, I would not be shocked at all to see some decent sized hail in here. Maybe grapes, but that would be pushing it. I think that would be the biggest, but peas, that kind of stuff, I would not be surprised to hear about that from someone. So I'm just going to switch back to my other screen here, sorry. And if anybody's got pictures or, you're getting these storms, and if you are seeing hail, by all means, please send them off, to us, to our email, and I will try and put them up on the screen. Just pouring thunderstorm here in Orleans. Dog is shaking. I'm sorry to hear that about the dog. Pets do definitely not enjoy severe thunderstorms, and there's nothing that can be done about that. It's unfortunate. Hopefully it's over quickly. It looks like it's moving on from your area, so it'll be over soon. Constance Bay outflow boundary maybe could initiate a storm. So let's just zoom back out. So when storms pass through an area, they put out, put out a boundary that might initiate other storms that are moving through that environment. So I'm just going to look through here. Yeah, you can see a slight boundary there. If another storm were to get onto that boundary and the conditions were right, it might pop another storm. But so we'll keep an eye on that, and we'll keep it, looking at the back there. And I always call it rear view mirror chasing, where you're looking behind you to see what's happening, because you're focused on what's out front, and sometimes things happen behind you. So Star Child, thank you, appreciate the comments. We've just started this channel, and it's a new one, and Connor and I have been at storm chasing, and I guess weather enthusiasts for the last 10 plus years, over a decade. So we're trying to bring a new kind of thing to the Eastern Ontario region, and helping people understand what's happening in terms of weather in the moment. So thanks for tuning in. I appreciate you subscribing, and we will do this anytime we can with storms coming into the area. So we're just going to take a look here. So what time are we here? 5:11. 7 minutes ago we got our update. So we'll keep an eye on it and see if this continues. I suspect this storm here is, you're seeing the storm to the north, which originally was the strong one. It is definitely weakening, and the southern portion has definitely taken over. So that's what I was, when we originally were talking about the two storms interacting, there's different ways that things can take place. In this situation, the southern storm took over. Its updraft basically became the dominant one, and that's why you're seeing the intensity that you're seeing here. So the storms behind it that are going back through Wakefield, just heavy rain and a bit of lightning. I would suspect that's all you're seeing there. Nothing in terms of winds. So there's some rotation apparently. I'm going to take a look at rotation on this storm. that's over Orleans. There's a bit of radar noise in it, but it is got broad rotation on it. So Tornado Pro just making a comment there. So if that continues to intensify, then we'll definitely have to keep an eye on it. Whoops, went one frame too far. So I'll run the split screen for now just to see, because I'm curious what the next scan is going to show for this storm. So 8 minutes ago, so we get our updates every 9 to 10 minutes. Sometimes it stretches longer than that. So yeah, Evan commenting, yeah, it's getting getting stronger every scan that we're getting, and yeah, 100%. This is the storm to watch. So again, if you're eastward, Plantagenet, Alfred, Fournier, Pendleton, even down to St. Isidor, that kind of corridor area, you're definitely going to get impacted by this storm somewhat, and we'll see what happens here. I wish I had a visual on it, but we don't. And so Orleans, Cumberland, just got a video here. Just going to see here. Just opening a file that was emailed in to us. So I'll put this on our screen here and I'll share this with you guys. Let's get back here to the beginning. So this is the storm as it's approaching. I'm assuming this looking, so this was from, let me apologize, I think this was from Jose. I just want to make sure that I'm correct in that. Yeah, Jose Lavoie sent this in just now, and I'm just going to bring it up here for you guys. So this is the storm as it's coming in. I'm assuming looking somewhat northward. So you can see the clouds across the river, but this is the storm as it's coming into Orleans. So a nice little video clip here showing us what it looks like. So I always love storms. One side of it is really clear, blue skies, and then the other is really dark. So that, like I said, was from Jose, and I appreciate you sending that in. Here's our latest scan on the storm. That's an interesting look to it. A little disheveled. So, and what I might mean by that, essentially, I'll show you guys. So this has a nice, tight, organized core. And then the next frame, I will advance it here, everything's breaking up and there's more of a line segment here and even a little bit down here. So storm could be going through a transition. I'm trying to see, I'm just noticing some rotation here, but so this is how I know it's radar noise. If you highlight on the right hand side your velocities, which is your wind speeds, there's a red and a green opposing each other. If you highlight it, it shows you where the actual storm, there's no storm there, there's no actual structure, so I know that's nothing to be concerned about. Just a little trick using the software that tells us what's going on, so nothing to worry about there. And I'm just looking here. Okay. Perfect. So we'll keep an eye on it. It could be weakening. Not sure, but next scan will definitely tell us if it's weakening or if it's just going through some kind of transition. But based on what I'm seeing here on radar when I'm zoomed in, it's kind of getting a little bit split up, it looks like. So we'll see if it's dying off or weakening at least, and we'll see what the next scan brings in here. Just as we were talking about how intense that storm was, literally within one frame. So this was at 5:11 according to radar. We are 5:23 right now, and then this is the next one at 5:17. So within a 6-minute window, that core changed significantly as it's moving eastward. And we did talk about, I'll zoom back out here, the storms on the Ontario side for the most part were struggling. So I don't know if the conditions have changed, whether the cap has been eroded further to the south and allowing storms to happen. That's a possibility. So we'll see what the next scan brings in. But you can see that these two storms have essentially combined into one larger storm that's covering, a fairly large area. So definitely east of that, you're going to get impacted. So perfect. And it's sunny at my house. That camera, so we added a camera. I don't know why, I obviously haven't talked about it, but I call it the Kempville Weather Cam because one of our live streams I was doing analysis like this with Connor on the road, and it was absolutely pouring at my house, and I have a window to my right, and I obviously couldn't show it, so I've installed a camera that does show what's happening in Kempville itself. So that's the camera there. So that's a live look outside my house and just onto the street. It is windy here, so I think Lager John, you were talking about in Perth, we're getting the same thing as this system moves through. So that's just a camera that if we're live streaming and there's something happening in the Kempville area, I will definitely use this as one of my tools to show you guys what's going on, that kind of thing. So Lager John, unfortunately, some people don't take these warnings seriously enough. I agree. There is, again, the problem you have is that because the warnings are put out the way they are in Canada, I don't blame some people for, having the boy cried wolf scenario. When I get a severe warning in Ottawa and the storm is in Cumberland heading east, it doesn't make sense. And so you get that gun-shy attitude. But I do know, for example, in September of 2018, when the two tornadoes came through the region, one in Dunrobin and one through Ottawa, people weren't taking them as seriously back then, and then that day happened, and it definitely got the attention of people, and people definitely started paying attention more to warnings. I know firsthand because all of a sudden all my friends and neighbors and relatives, whenever there was a warning, I would get a message or a text or a call saying, hey, do I need to worry about this or not? And so that definitely increased when the tornadoes happened in 2018. So this storm is taking an interesting shape on it. The core has kind of moved to the south. It is getting I'm not going to say, it's just kind of getting this arch into it. And if that continues to progress, we need to keep an eye on it just to see what the winds are doing within that area as well. So there is some rotation on it, and I will show you. So there's a broad area of rotation right in this area here. So Navan, Sarsfield, that kind of pocket in there. So that's fairly close to the proximity to that core. So there's there's broad areas of rotation that are weak. They're nothing to be concerned about. So just pointing it out so people are aware of what they're seeing if they are looking at radar themselves. It's not something that's needs to be worried about right now, but this storm is continuing to maintain its intensity. So just a sec here. So what kind of thunderstorm is it? Not 100% sure what you mean by that, Lucas. It's a severe warning storm currently, so it's you definitely got the lightning, some decent wind gusts in it, and possibly some hail on this bottom left corner. So I'm not 100% sure what you're meaning by what kind of thunderstorm it is, but hopefully that answered your question. This is the intense part of the storm, just to the north of Sarsfield and Navan area, heading towards Hammond and Bourget. I know we had a person on earlier who was asking about Bourget, and I said if this continues to expand, and sure enough, Bourget is definitely getting quite a bit of rain right now, and this core is headed in that direction currently based on what we're seeing on radar right now. Um, well, it's so Lucas. Yeah, thanks for clarifying. It's multi-cell. It looks like it's trying to organize into one storm. This was actually two storms originally, and I'll back out the radar here so you can see the life cycle of this. So I'm going to go back here. So this was two storms here. This is going back to 4:35 p.m. One to the north, one to the south. As they collided and interacted with each other, it killed off the northern storm, and then the southern storm took over. So right now it is again. It looks like it's trying to be one cell, one storm. But we're going to take a look here, 523. So that's the latest scan. So I wouldn't say it's a supercell at this point, just a severe thunderstorm. Where is it right now? So right now, this storm, this is a question from Melissa. This storm is over Cumberland, so it's east of Orleans, east of Ottawa, obviously. It's over Rockland, Clarence, Hammond, Bourget. It's a fairly large area. It's got even up to Thurso. Minor rain onto the Quebec side the further north you go, but that's where it's at currently. To the west, south of Peterborough affect us here in Perth. So I don't think so, John. You're asking about these storms that are further west. I'm just going to switch quickly to that radar and just run a loop here just to see what's happening and just to see their trajectory. So they are moving southeast. So for you to get affected in Perth, it would have to be to the northwest of you. Right now, there's nothing that... There's a storm by Gilmore. It's moving more easterly. It is south of you in Perth right now, but it looks like it's dying. On that last scan, it got weaker. So that would be the only... But it's a minor shower. That's nothing. That's a tiny little rain shower. So I don't think you're going to see much in Perth, if anything. So let's get back to this storm here. So last scan, 523, 531 right now. So... about an 8-minute window there. I'm curious to see how it looks on the next scan. Tornado Pro, I hope Environment Canada upgrades their warning polygons. I 100% agree with that statement. It's years overdue. We should have had the ability to do this, I would say quite some time ago, but easily 5 years overdue as far as I'm concerned, or maybe even longer. So I'm not criticizing. It's just there's a better way to do things, and we should be doing them that way, because we are people who are getting these and are afraid of thunderstorms and afraid of tornadoes and afraid of severe weather, getting one in sunshine, and then suddenly you've got a severe warning and it's not even remotely close to you, then it just plays on that boy who cried wolf scenario. So I agree 100%. We got clouds in North Bay. My brother lives up in North Bay. Well, he's north of North Bay, so I'm lying a little bit, but he's just north of North Bay. There are some watches out that way. Oh, and the local radar is down for North Bay. So when we see red here, this is a radar station that's up there, and it's down when it's got red. So I can click on this other one that's further north, and there are definitely some storms way north, in Quebec. There's one that's severe warned right now in Champ-Neuf. It looks like there's one up there that's it's not as strong as what we're seeing down here. So storms to the south are definitely overperforming what models we're showing. So I'm going to switch us back to Ottawa and look back at these storms here. So this storm continues to track eastward. We'll play the loop here. It does have a southeasterly expansion to it. And so that was a 529. So Manotick area seems like it won't be affected. No, you're right now, as of right now, Manotick is completely in the clear. Essentially anything south of Ottawa, southeast and southwest, there's nothing happening. I'm in Kemptville, south of Ottawa, and you can see on the camera it's nice and sunny out, and nothing going on. So that's that's what we're seeing. We have wind, so it's blowing flags and trees around, but it's sunny out. We're probably, I'm just checking my temperature, we're about 27 degrees here. So in the sunshine, definitely keeping warm. So Logger John, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate that. You'll get notified when we do go live. And we look to grow the channel and do good things coming over the next couple of years there. We're going to grow this in the next 5 years. So thank you. Outflow boundary looks like it could be initiating a small shower north of Constance Bay. Okay, yeah, so we'll keep an eye on some things happening on radar and see if anything fires behind that maintains. I've noticed that a lot of storms have been struggling. Other than obviously just on the Gatineau, Quebec side. That's where we've seen the most. Now this storm, I'm going to point out a couple of things. So we have a couple of areas of intensity for precipitation. The Sarsfield area, definitely I would consider that there's probably a little bit of hail happening there. But northeast of Bourget, and then east of Rockland, west of Wendover, there's areas that are definitely intense precipitation. Now, if that's 3 separate areas of updraft where the storm is breaking apart into multiple components, we're going to see over the next few scans how that progresses. So, Electric Wizzy, appreciate it. The kind words, we're happy to do this. As you can tell, I can talk till the cows come home about weather, so... you know, we enjoy doing this. I'm hoping to have Connor on here at some point. They're 2 hours behind us, so it's only 3:30 in the afternoon there. They may have some storms that way. So I'm just getting another email from a friend. The Moors sent this in, so let me just have a quick look to see what they're showing. And let's take a look here. Where... So I will put this up. I think they're showing slight hail. Yeah, there's a little bit of hail. I'm going to find out exactly where this is. So this is an email I just got in from the Moors, and it's from a friend. It says Cumberland a few minutes ago. So that was that more intense area. So let me put that up for you folks. We'll just have a look in there. It's just a cell phone video here. So let me play that. Oh, sorry. What's going on here? Oh, the file left the chat. Give me a sec here. Sorry. Let me see what happened there. Why am I losing it? Okay, let's try that one more time. So, if you look at this video, you're going to see a little on the table. You can see kind of small, tiny, pea-sized hailstones. So that's what I was talking about in those more intense cores of the storm, that you would have small hail happening. So thank you. That was, again, from the Moors. It looks like Tina, Dave sent that in Cumberland a few minutes ago. So I always appreciate the updates. Let's take a look. Have we had an update on the radar? No, not another scan yet. So let me just get back here. Can you guys monetize on YouTube memberships and gifts? So that's a question from Joel the farmer. We can once we grow the channel enough. So they obviously limit that so that people can't come on here and start taking advantage of people and, you know, crying wolf or whatever the case may be. There's so many scams out there. So once we progress and we meet certain parameters, we definitely will be able to do that. Anything that helps us, you know, bring this to you guys, definitely is very much appreciated. But the best thing you can do is subscribe, share the channel, and watch our videos. That definitely goes a long way towards helping us out. So latest scan just came in. I'm going to highlight an area here. Well, if it'll cooperate. Oh, I'm sorry. So I'm going to highlight an area here, and we're looking at this darker purple area here, Hammond, West of Bourget, that area in there is going to see some decent precipitation in terms of possibly even hail. So that's what's going on right there right now, and it's continuing to track kind of east and southeast. So the evolution of this storm, and it's gotten pretty big. It's reaching all the way down to Maxville, Monkland. Alexandria is even going to get involved in the game. I know we had a person asking about Hawkesbury earlier. Hawkesbury is going to miss the most intense part, maybe see some rain and a little bit of lightning on the very northern edge of this storm. But this is kind of tracking southeast at this point. So we are moving in this general direction at this point. So anybody who's out in this area here, you're definitely going to get impacted as this storm continues to move through the region. And, you know, there are portions of the storm that are definitely seeing some slight hail, but you're definitely going to see a lot of rain and a lot of lightning. So, what else here? Anything in Canada? So that's a question from Pink Gunner. Nothing in Canada right now. You might see a small rain shower, but that's basically it. I'm just looking here. There's nothing to the west of Canada. So there's, like I said, might be a pocket of tiny amount of rain, but nothing of any significance compared to this main storm that we're looking at right now. What time are we? 5:40. So anybody commuting definitely in these areas is definitely going to see an impact and slow down for traffic and vehicles and that kind of stuff. So it is moved out of the main Ottawa area. Orleans is definitely getting a little bit of rain, you know, in that area right now from a trailing cell behind this storm, just as I'm looking at that. But we are now, this storm is again tracking southeast and east towards essentially where the Ottawa River and the St. Lawrence River, though that zone or area is where it's heading, Rigaud, Hudson. But we will keep an eye on it because it may shift its track slightly, which obviously can affect cities further away once it's going. So loss of power in Orleans, on and off, from Rowan. Thank you for that update. Based on this storm coming through, I'm not surprised at that. There is quite a bit of density in the lightning. If I zoom in here, you can see how prolific the lightning has been. All these little all these little lightning bolts showing up in white are populating everywhere. So it's an active storm in terms of lightning, and may have hit some hardware. Hopefully the power stays on for you. But thank you very much for the update. I actually lost power yesterday. Was it yesterday or the day before? I can't remember. Time flies. It was super sunny day, and somebody drove a car into a pole, it sounds like, was what I heard, and so knocked out power for 4 hours. So anybody who's a regular viewer of the channel over the last few live streams, I do have a generator at the house. So if the live stream ever goes down in a severe event, I will do my best to get it back up and running because I do have a generator. So it's just a question of doing a couple things to get it back up. But again, we have the ability to hopefully stream even in a power outage, as long as I do have backup internet through my cell phone, but that would limit, I think, the ability in terms of what we could do, in terms of the quality of the stream, but it would definitely still allow us to continue. So power down in Orleans, Samantha Robert, thank you for the update. So yeah, so it looks like power's been flickering, and now some areas are out. So unfortunately people are going to be feeling this storm a little more with the power being out. Hopefully it's not long lasting. I'm just going to look. The severe extension has gone all the way out to here. That was Environment Canada on the Quebec side, I believe. No, that's, sorry, Ontario. My apologies. So there's this severe oh, wow. Okay, I'm going to start over. Meteorologists are tracking a severe thunderstorm capable of producing very strong wind gusts, up to Toonie-sized hail and heavy rain. Severe thunderstorm is located near Sarsfield, moving east at 50 kilometers an hour roughly. So that gives you an idea of how fast this is moving. They're calling for up to Toonie-sized hail and 90-kilometer-hour wind gusts. Looks to impact areas like Bourget, Hammond, Castleman, and Lemieux. So that is out from Environment Canada on this storm. And yes, it's definitely something that's worth tracking at this point. Some areas of it are fairly intense, other areas not so much, and that's how it goes with weather. I'm just having a look here for you guys on the wind velocities. Nothing outrageous or crazy here, just stronger wind gusts. You're probably going to see 50 kilometer hour on average, but nothing out of the ordinary or anything that you need to be concerned about just yet. So I will keep updating you guys on that. Storms Marie. So that was your question from earlier. I'm glad to hear you're still here. It is going to just miss Hawkesbury, I believe, just based on how it's tracking. But you will get rain. You're actually going to get rain out of this. So you're not going to get bypassed this time, unfortunately. But it's not the intense part of the storm. The area that's most intense is obviously south in this region here. That's the most intense portion of the storm. Hawkesbury being up here, you are going to see this portion of the storm here. So you'll get rain and lightning, just a regular thunderstorm. What else is going on here? Okay, so power went on and off. So Orleans sounds like the power's up and down. So hopefully it stays on more than it's off. And then so Vanessa Brazo, so much lightning and thunder in Alfred. So yes, that would make sense. Bourget as well is getting quite a bit of this meat of this storm. I'm just looking over at my radar there. It's the part that is definitely, if anything's going to happen, it's going to be in this area here for heavy lightning and possibly some hail. Tornado Pro's got to go. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate it. If you're local to the Ottawa area, we have meetups, some of the chasers out here. So maybe one day we'll see you guys under a storm when we're out there. I'm doing less chasing these days, doing obviously the live stream, but there's nothing better than being under a storm for me personally. That's just my thing, but I know that's not for everyone. So we try to keep that in mind. So give me a sec here. Just going to see if we can get Connor up and running here. He says he's calling me, but I'm just going to message him back. Bear with me for a second. I will see if I can connect with him. I'm just going to bring this up. Okay, let's see. So our last scan, 5:41, 6 minutes ago. So we've got about 4 or 5 minutes before that happens. I'm just going to answer this call. It looks like Connor's got his stream up and running, so I'm just going to bring in here. I'm going to turn his volume down so we don't get feedback. There we go. Okay, so we've got Connor. He's obviously out on a storm in Alberta. This is not today's storm. This is not here in this area. Connor is in Alberta. So I've just got that running there just in case if anything happens that looks good, I will switch to it. But Connor's stream is definitely not in the area today. He's about 3,000 kilometers away, or over 3,000 kilometers away. So hopefully Connor sees something nice on the storm side of things. Connor, I don't know, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Ah, perfect. So we've got, I don't know if you've been watching the radar back home, but we have we've got a fairly intense storm here moving through the Ottawa area. Started out on the Quebec side and it's now moved into the eastern townships in Ontario. It's severe warned. We've seen some video of hail coming in on the more intense portion of it. Definitely surprised somewhat for storms today in terms of the intensity of this one. So I'm just walking the folks through it, just keeping them up to date. And it's actually, well, it's not over your house, but it's just north of your place where you are. Where are you? You're Alfred or
St. Albert.
St. Albert? Sorry, yes. So you're out in that area. So St. Albert is just, so yeah, it's to the north of you. So your place is safe. So.
I have a pretty good one going on beside me here.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Well, I'll bring it up again. I will just put a thing on there that we are talking about Alberta. Marie Rochon, love a good storm. Thanks for the great stream. Thank you for the kind words. We're happy you guys are enjoying it. And I've talked about this on a couple previous streams. We will be doing this in the wintertime. So for anybody, commuting on roads, whether it's to work or you're just traveling, if there are snowstorms or snow squalls, that kind of thing. Wow, that's a pretty storm, Connor. Sorry, we are going to be doing this in the winter. I got distracted there. So we are definitely going to be doing road conditions and that kind of stuff throughout the province during the winter time as one of the things that we plan on doing coming in the future. So I'm just going to throw up Connor's video. This is, again, he's out in Alberta, so this is not the storm that's happening here, but it looks like it's a fairly decent storm, probably has some hail on it. I am going to zoom out here and take a look and see if I can track this down just to show you guys where he is. Which storm is that?
I am west of Bowden.
I know Bowden. Why can't I find it? There we go. Okay, so I'll bring this up here. I just got to find the right radar because I'm too far away.
Holy crap, this thing is throwing bolts.
Well, you should see this storm that we're on here. I wish I could show it to you. So I'm just going to show you guys where Connor is. So he's just north of Calgary currently. This is Calgary down here at the bottom. His dot, I believe, is this one here. So that's Connor, and he's looking at this storm right here, which is significantly smaller than what we're seeing right now compared to the intensity for Eastern Ontario. So I'm just going to zoom back out here. I'm going to give you guys, give me a sec here. I'm going to put Connor full screen, then we'll zoom back out and I'll come back to Ottawa because this storm is definitely strong, and I want to make sure I keep you guys up to date on it. So let me just adjust something here. So the storm is lining out, so I'm coming back to it. So this is our Eastern Ontario storm. You can see definitely a huge difference in size and in intensity. It has merged, so there was a cell. If we look back here, if we look at this little storm here that basically is just catching up to the main portion of the storm. So it's intensified and it's reached out and grabbed that southwestern portion of the storm. So now the storm is getting even wider. So again, tracking eastward, continuing on. This storm is definitely not, the southern portion is not weakening for the most part, still maintaining its intensity. And we'll continue eastward at this point. So just pouring rain and thunder in Limoges. Shane, thank you for the update. So Limoges, yeah, so that's the little cell. That's actually what I was just pointing out. So that little storm has caught up to the main part of the storm, and I don't know if it's going to be ingested by the main storm. But that's what you're seeing is you're
Okay.
just going to have a lot of rain and thunder. So I'm going to mute Connor's stream there just while we're discussing all this. And if anything exciting happens on his stream, I will bring it up. So we'll keep an eye on that in the back of our minds here. So yeah, definitely this storm is again overperforming compared to what we were expecting. There wasn't any models that I saw that I looked at in the last 24 hours that were showing a storm of this size and intensity. Most of them were tiny little storms. This has definitely done more than the models were showing at this point. So I'm just going to zoom back in here so we can see all what it's affecting. So again, all the way from Papineauville, Plantagenet, Alfred, Pendleton, Fournier, Dundee and St. Isidore would have just had some rain. Hammond, Cheney, all of these areas, Limoges, Castleman, definitely going to see some weather in regards to this precipitation. And the core has definitely gone down somewhat in the southwest corner, so that's good for anybody that's in the path of that portion of the storm. So we'll see if and it's probably that section that just came in from Limoges, Vars, that little pop-up storm that is interacting with it, and we'll see what happens once it merges or gets absorbed. And we'll continue along here. I'm actually just going to pull something else up here. Sorry. Okay, so we're good there. Perfect. Very bright and sunny here at my place. And I'm just going to adjust something here. Perfect. Okay, back to it here. And if anybody has comments, questions, definitely throw them in the chat. We're always looking for feedback, things we can do better or differently. Requests, that kind of stuff. We're open to that kind of stuff. So let us know. It's all about you guys, the viewers. If we want to keep you guys informed and engaged with us, and in terms of the region and area. So, okay, latest scan just came in. Whoa, what just happened to my radar? Oh, my radar crashed. That's not good. Wow, that was bizarre. I'm not sure why that happened. Now I need the data to update, so... Okay. It'd be nice if this updated. Hopefully the radar didn't go down. No, there we go. Okay, we're back. So let me zoom in here. So there's still an intense part of the storm. I apologize for that. Technical issues, obviously, somewhere along the lines. But we definitely have this portion of the storm is the most intense just south of Bourget, north of Castleman, heading in the St. Isidore region. That's where it's tracking currently. So we'll see how this all progresses once it sorts itself out with that other cell that just went in. So okay, so question from Jess here. Windy in Barrhaven, we're still under a warning, but radar doesn't show anything. Any insight on whether that may change? So Barrhaven, nothing happened in Barrhaven. That's just to do with the terrible warning boxes that are put out on our weather system, where a storm to the east, moving east, the warning boxes extend back to the west, and you end up getting that. And the severe warning is for this portion of the storm right here. That's what's causing all this severe warnings to go out. But being in Barrhaven, back to the west, you have nothing to worry about right now. I'll zoom out. There's absolutely nothing coming at you. It's just this one big storm that, it's multiple storms, but it's trying to congeal into one big one. Nothing to worry about there. Will it hit Dunvegan? Okay. So it's tracking that way currently, to answer your question, Melissa, the pink portion of the storm. So if we watch, I'm just going to back out here. So it will change size. So if it maintains, it's sort of heading in that direction. It might skirt to the south, but it's a possibility that it's heading towards you, which is the more intense portion. So uh, it's probably still got, I would say, probably at least half an hour, maybe 45 minutes till it gets to Dunvegan. So you definitely have some time for it to change track, to, weaken. Who knows? So, but definitely you need to pay attention to it. So we'll just zoom back out here and take a look. Perfect. So, Jess, thank you. Yeah, it's definitely a casualty of the big warning boxes. That's definitely why you get those warnings when you're nowhere near it and you're in sunshine, which I'm jealous of. So, Connor's got a nice looking storm on the stream. I'm just going to take a quick look there. Just a pretty storm, just on the Alberta foothills, or coming off the Alberta foothills. A beautiful area. I've chased out there many times. Usually you get a lot of hail with these storms, much larger than what you're getting here. We saw one yesterday, and Connor said he got into about toonie-sized hail. After when we stopped the stream, I chatted with him a little bit, and that's what he was saying. So, yeah, you're just getting lots of hail from these storms out west in Alberta, and we talked about it briefly yesterday. Calgary's known for getting big storms. I think their last big hailstorm was $1 billion in damage. They were big hailstones, and it caused damage to houses, to roofs, to cars, to livestock, to you name it. And that's not fun for anybody. That's they call that catastrophic hail, and that's just it just does so much damage. So it's not what we want to see. Okay, just want to keep up to date with everything here. So, okay, so we have 5:53. 7 minutes ago we got the last update. So in the next 2 to 3 minutes we should see something. Just gonna zoom out here. Just gonna see what's coming back behind here. As this whole system moves further east, there are storms that were in southern Ontario, Peterborough. So we were looking earlier, if you weren't tuned in, these storms were up more northwest of where they are right now. They have skirted to the south of Peterborough, which is what my prediction was on the track. I am curious about these two little cells right here. I'm going to bring up our local radar and have a look at them. They look to have fired off a boundary. So I'm going to zoom in here and show you guys something. So they're interacting with a boundary. I shouldn't say fired off. So there's a boundary right here on radar that if I loop it like this, that's a boundary that's there. So you'll notice if you watch as we go forward, the storm gets on it and then suddenly intensifies. See how it was actually weakening prior to getting to that boundary. So you had mostly yellow and a little, like here you had almost a storm that was dead yellow with very little orange. And then it crosses that boundary and then boom, all of a sudden you have this intensity on both of these storms. So they are currently moving into Arden. There's no lightning showing on them right now, so they may not sustain. I can't say for sure if they will. But just rain showers right now. Nothing to be concerned about. So we'll get back to this storm. I just noticed there's a storm quite a bit near Mont Laurier that looks fairly intense up there. So if anybody's up in the Mont Laurier area, there are a couple of storms up there. Julianne Limoges, a friend of mine who storm chases, she's actually located up there. So her husband and her, Pierre, I've chased with them in the U.S. and even locally around here at times. So she's definitely going to have some photos for that. So we'll get back to this storm that is now east of Ottawa and take a look at things. I will update you guys on wind. So, and I failed probably to mention this earlier. So anybody who doesn't understand wind velocities, You know, red is moving away from the radar in terms of wind direction, and green is towards the radar. You can see that most of this wind is all in one direction. There are a few small areas of very broad, weak areas of rotation. Nothing to worry about. So this storm is just, I call them wind bags. They're just blowing a lot of wind in one direction, essentially, for the most part. And lots of precipitation. That's what we're experiencing here. So let me get back here. Okay. And so this is eventually going to make its way probably to south, just south of Montreal, but we'll see if it continues. And I'm going to just check if I've got any messages here. Actually, my friend Mark in Montreal area is just messaging me about it right now, so I'm just letting him know what's going on. He was just saying you've got a surprise storm, because this definitely was not. I'm going to use it on the radar for us storm chasers in terms of having something like this today. So a bit of a surprise, but I'm glad we were able to jump on and do a live stream for you guys and at least keep people informed as it was moving through the just north of Ottawa and to the east of Ottawa. So we'll see what the next scan, 5:59, 6 minutes ago. So we've got a bit of not a bit of rotation, a bit of intensity in it still. Again, heading towards St. Isidor, Dunvegan, Maxville, Greenfield area. So just pay attention in those areas. And again, it's going to be heavy rain with. If it has hail, it's very tiny hail. It shouldn't be anything too intense in terms of the hail side of things. And okay, so have a look here. Perfect. Okay, let's see what the next storm has. I should update this. I've definitely been negligent about updating our severe warnings. I should have done that. Eastern Townships. So many things to do while live streaming all at the same time. It's one of those things that takes some getting used to, but like I said, we will continue to improve and work on things and try and make it so that we stay on top of everything and keep you guys as informed as we can. So just gonna move that down here. Perfect. Okay. So let's see what our next scan is going to be. We've lost Connor for a bit there, but I'm not surprised being in the foothills. His cell coverage won't be that good. It's tough streaming over a cellular network. Down the road, if finances allow, we would like to maybe get onto satellite for Starlink in terms of being able to stream more consistently for the area, because there are portions of Eastern Ontario where the cell coverage is atrocious. So that would definitely help us out, but we'll see what's going on. So anybody just tuning in, we are covering the storm in Eastern Ontario. Connor is in Alberta. Just if you're watching that stream, that's just him in Alberta chasing some storms on the foothills. It is not here in Ontario, just want to make that clear. Melissa McDonald, what would it look like if the hail was bigger? Okay, so if the hail was bigger, you would have a more intense purple core and a wider, broader core. So as that expands and as that grows, the hail in the center of that can get suspended for a longer period of time in the storm, which allows the hailstone to grow in size as it's floating up there. To give you an idea what that is like in the States when you have these massive supercells that are in the in the plains, to suspend a baseball-sized hailstone, you're looking at winds that are rocketing straight up essentially, at 80 miles an hour or 130 kilometers an hour. So those are super, super strong storms. This storm definitely doesn't have that in it in any stretch of the imagination. So these would be tiny little, hailstones and a lot of times they even melt before there may be hailstones in the storm, and by the time they get to the ground, they're so small that they actually melt on their way down. So the storm looks like it's going through a transition here, and it may be breaking up because this is our latest scan right now. And just over Castleman, St. Isidor, it has drastically changed. Oh, whoops. It has drastically changed where that it may be that this was our intense part of the storm, heading basically for St. Isidor and Dundee. It is now handing off, it looks like, to the backside of this other cell that popped and came into the interaction with this main storm. It's getting its own area of intensity. So again, we will keep an eye on it as this changes and progresses, but you've got essentially in this line we have 4 areas that show quite a bit of precipitation intensity, and there's even a storm that has popped back west over Vars area that's showing some intensity and some lightning, so people will experience that. So just going to bring, it looks like Connor's got a shelf on his storm here, so this is what Connor's seeing out there, just for anybody that likes to see storms and the storm structure. This is out in Alberta. Definitely looks like it's a shelf coming through on that storm that they were chasing. And when I looked at it early on radar, it did look like an elongated storm. So those tend to be, when they're elongated, they tend to have a shelf on them, that kind of thing. So, excuse me, sorry. Let's go back to this. So we'll pay attention here. I'm missing any comments. Was just reissued for Orleans. So, Orleans got a severe thunderstorm warning because of that cell that I was just pointing out here in Vars. That's this storm right here. And you can see the box goes up back to Cumberland to Masson, all the way. Like, it's just that flawed system. So that's why you're getting one in Orleans. So you have nothing to worry about for your pets. You're in the clear for now in terms of a severe. I'm just going to look back west. Yeah, there's nothing coming at you. So you're through the worst of it at this point. And then you shouldn't see anything else today. I'm keeping my fingers crossed for you. But we'll see. Julian, any more storms for Ottawa? Same thing. Ottawa area doesn't look like it's going to see anything. The only thing I am monitoring back behind these storms are the ones that are down here by Caladar to see how they track. They don't look like they will sustain any kind of intensity. There are just very small showers right now in comparison to what we're dealing with here. So again, these are the areas. Van Cleek Hill is now seeing some of the precipitation. Hawkesbury is just seeing rain. My prediction was right that it wouldn't be anything intense for Hawkesbury. It's just going to be the northern portion, which is just going to be rain. And I don't even think you'll see lightning in Hawkesbury. If you do, it'll be the odd strike. What we're looking at here is this meat of the storm down here that's covering kind of this portion right here. That's our area of intensity. We are going to pay attention to this to keep an eye on it to see what's going to happen. So we'll keep you guys updated and see how this progresses on the next scan. And we are 6:05, 8 minutes ago, so the next scan should be coming in at any moment. Yeah. Sea Wiggles, they should really fix that. They really, 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 really should, and they really, really, really want to. I don't know what's holding it up, to be honest with you. That's at more probably at a governmental level, just in terms of implementing and changing the technology. But yes, 100% that needs to be changed. Thunder and lightning in Embrun right now. So let me just have a quick look here. Thunder and lightning Embrun. Yes, so you're seeing the results of this little storm, Melissa, that we were talking about that popped and caused that warning to go out. It is just to your northwest, and it looks like it's expanding. So we'll see what the next scan shows on that. And I'm just going to switch over here to our satellite view of storms. So it's actually pretty interesting from a storm perspective. You can actually see how this has cycled. And if you look in the center of your screen, just along the Ottawa River, you see multiple storms going up with updrafts, and then they've all kind of congealed into one big blob. That's what we're seeing on radar, is that one big storm is basically it's a bunch of storms together, but it's one big blob, I'm going to call it, that's causing all of our warnings to go out today. And we're learning in real time why the warnings are not the best. So 6:11, this is our latest scan. I was just double checking to make sure. So this storm just near Vars right now, right over top of it, it is getting intense. It's might have hail on it, but I doubt it. Just a lot of heavy precipitation, so it's heading towards Limoges. It'll probably impact Embrun, head up towards Castleman. That's where the water park is in this region, so anybody outside in that area definitely wouldn't want to be caught outside in this much lightning. I'm sure they have precautions in place when lightning's in the region, that they pull people out of the water slides in the water park itself, just for safety reasons. One thing I do want to mention, anybody who happens to be boating or along the river, down in Salaberry to Valleyfield, in that general area, Coteau du Lac, all of this is heading towards the river. So if you're out boating, or somebody that's out boating, I'd let them know that this storm is coming at them. It will be windy and rainy and lots of lightning, so being exposed on the river is definitely not my recommendation. So just heed that warning that's coming in short order. Within the next half an hour to an hour, that storm's going to approach, unless it weakens, which again can always happen. So distant thunder and light rain so far in Hawkesbury. That's good. Yeah, so that's what I thought. You would just get rain, and the lightning is further south of you. So the intensity of the lightning is definitely on the backside in this general region. And when I zoom in, you can see the pocket of lightning that's north of Castleman in that intense area. There's also some near south of Alfred, north of Fournier, St. Isidor area. There's definitely some pockets of lightning, and even out front of the storm is definitely getting some decent lightning bolts. This would put on quite a show if it was nighttime. Definitely would be a post Canada Day fireworks show, but just Mother Nature's version of it, if it was dark at this point. So we're coming up on 2 hours here of streaming since these storms essentially went severe warned, because I think I was just about to set up the stream when Environment Canada issued the first severe warning on the Quebec side. So just as we were hopping on, they went severe warn. So it's just been under 2 hours, I'd say right around 2 hours that this has been a severe warn storm for the region. keep an eye. 6:11, 7 minutes ago. So we're a few minutes out from the next scan. Earlier the question about Dunvegan, it looks like the storm itself on this scan that I'm looking at, not a whole lot of pink or purple to deal with, so it'll be heavy intense rain and lightning for Dunvegan. St. Isidor is experiencing it right now, but again, we'll wait to see what the next scan shows, just to be sure what's happening. Okay. Yeah, I'm really curious myself, actually, what's going to happen with this storm that's to the west in Vars. Whether it intensifies, grows, and kind of forms up with the storm that's ahead of it with Castleman and St. Isidor, or whether it stays out on its own. That's left to be seen, I guess. Wow. Okay, so it seems that the portion over Castleman just intensified on that last scan. So I'll bring it up here. So anybody that, I know I've mentioned it before, this is kind of the most intense part of the storm. And if I back it up one frame, you can see how we went from just 2 or 3, 4 pixels of purple to a big blob of purple. So one of the questions earlier, what would it look like if the hail was bigger or larger or bigger area? This is a sign of an area that's, the intensity is picking up. And if this area were to, for example, continue growing, this would definitely support larger hail in the storm, which obviously would result in larger hail on the ground. So if you are in Maxville, Moose Creek, that general area, the intense part of the storm is tracking in that direction. Greenfield behind that, but we're still a ways out from that, so we'll see. And you can see within one scan, things can change kind of dramatically. What happens with storms. That's why I don't like to try and get too far ahead of myself when mentioning towns and where it's going to end up, because it's difficult. Even when I'm watching it live, it's hard to tell you where it's going to end up based on its interactions with other, cells. So that's why when people ask, is it going to hit my place, or is it going to, days out, people are like, oh, tomorrow. There's so many variables that it's very hard to call it. So Mike chiming in here, thunder and lightning southeast of Hawkesbury right now. That totally makes sense. The nearest lightning strike is somewhere just south of Vankleek Hill or west of Vankleek Hill, it looks like. So yeah, that makes total sense. So we are going to watch this area here just over Castleman. I'm just going to take a look at winds. There's straight line winds there. There's nothing in terms of any real rotation or anything like that, so definitely nothing to be concerned about. We will, I'll switch back to that if I need to, but I'm not expecting any kind of, stronger rotation areas based on the parameters that are out there today. So it's just, like I said, it's just going to be heavy precipitation at this point. And I am going to zoom back out just to look to see what's happening. Calidar storm is just a rain shower. The one that was out in front of it that was more intense when we were discussing the boundary, it is weakening. It's almost gone at this point, so nothing to be concerned about there. Just looking to see what's happening here in Pembroke. There's a small cell that has kind of popped east of Pembroke, but over Fort Coulonge, Leclerc area, it's a thunderstorm. It might have a little bit of lightning, intense precipitation, but no significance there in comparison to what we're watching down this way. So this is the area that we all want to keep an eye out. If you're out that way, definitely keep it in mind. And just gonna look here. Okay, so 6:17. Yeah, so we got about 3-4 minutes for the next scan to come in, so I can update you guys as to what's happening there. Just making sure I'm up to date on notifications and that kind of stuff. I'll zoom back out. Okay, so storm currently stretches, if you include this little cell to the west, Vars, Limoges, all the way down into the Quebec side. It is into Coteau du Lac is just on the very edge of this storm cluster coming in that direction. So it's covering a fairly wide area of the region, and hopefully not causing any damage. Hopefully it's just heavy rain, and everybody maintains their power as much as possible. So Tasha just got hail in Castleman. Yeah, that would make sense. Thank you for letting me know. I suspected that based on the discussion we just had about this core piece here, how broad and large the areas of pink and purple. That would be that would make sense based on radar, and I'm glad to hear from you, Tasha, to confirm that, because again, I'm just looking at software and assuming what is happening underneath the storm, which is always very hard to do. There are certain indicators that let us know what is going on, and comes from experience, just looking at hours of radar and just storm chasing in general to get your understanding of it. So Grifter, thank you, appreciate it. We appreciate you tuning in and being on board with us. Looks like I've lost Connor out in Alberta, which again, not surprised at that. I don't know, maybe he's shut off his stream, maybe because I'm not seeing the circle on there with when it's trying to refresh, so I think he may have stopped his stream for now, and he's maybe going to relocate for tomorrow for storms out there. But tomorrow around here, I don't think there's going to be anything that will happen, but once I'm done with this coverage for the region, I will hop on and look at models. And then once I've looked at models, make a decision whether there's going to be anything that's going to be happening in this area. And if anything happens like this again, where we get a storm or storms that do have some intensity to them, I will jump on and do another live stream to let you guys know. So I'm actually hoping that nothing's going to happen, because I've got dinner with friends tomorrow night. So fingers crossed that nothing happens, but if it does, we'll make it happen, and we'll see what we can do for you guys. And I'm just gonna, oh wow. So this is why I always say I'm not gonna put out. So the intensity on that core has completely changed from what we had the previous scan to this one. So you're talking within less than 10 minutes, there's no purple left. You had a whole bunch of purple over Castleman, and now there's nothing, and it's just heavy rain and stuff like that. So that's how quickly things change in the weather community and with what's happening with storms. So right now, this storm is continuing to throw out quite a bit of lightning. I'm just looking here to see if I can click off that so I can see what kind of lightning is happening. It's weird, it's not populating. I'm wondering whether that's just my software or I'm seeing, so as the lightning is older, it starts to fade out off the map. It's almost like I don't see any fresh lightning, which is bizarre, because this is definitely throwing lightning at this point. So maybe it's just the way it's populating on my screen. So this storm right now is just heavy rain, moderate wind, if that, and the intensity has definitely gone down in the last couple of scans, so that's good for everybody. Melissa, looks like the other storm is trying to merge. So yeah, if the storm behind it, this one in Limoges, is definitely expanding, and I will play it back here. So the Limoges storm has gone through some changes, but it's definitely reaching out for the bigger storm. So if it continues to reach out, it may merge into the bigger one, and then re-intensify it again. So these are those interactions that change how intense a storm. And you hear from people that live one town over from another. One town has a bunch of hail, and the next one has nothing but rain. That's how quickly, and that's why it happens, is just the interactions of what's happening with adjacent storms. Okay. Just haven't. Gonna just check. I assume Connor just killed the stream. I'm just gonna make sure. Keep that side of things going. Actually, I'll know if. Well, he's still on the phone call, so, or on the communication. So maybe he's still trying to reset it, is what he's saying. So he's still trying to stream, but it's not working out. So kind of how technology goes, it can be frustrating at times. So appreciate you updating me, Connor. Yeah, I don't know. The only thing I would suggest is rebooting the phone at worst case scenario. So comment from MR. Anvil is now reaching Montreal. Yes. So if we look, what the anvil is, the top of the storm is what the updraft shoots up, and then the storm spreads out. So I'm going to bring up visual satellite. And so what MR is referring to is this cluster on the right hand side. You can see that big cloud cover from this storm is just on the very edge of Montreal now. So decent sized system for today and for what the parameters were. Again, overperforming from what we were expecting for the area. I didn't honestly expect to even see a severe warning on a storm. I thought we might have storms that would be small and compact, but this is gone further than what we were expecting. So thanks for the comment, MR. Curious, where is everybody tuning in from? Are people mostly from Ottawa area, or mostly in the eastern townships? Or we had the other day, we had people tuned in from Vancouver and all over the place. So that always fascinates me, is to know where people are watching us from. But obviously our primary thing we want to do is warn people in the region. So we like to see that people are subscribed and getting the warnings out in time and explaining what is going on. For example, we had several people today who were behind the storms and getting warnings for storms that they were in sunshine and no issue. So I like to contribute to that, to be able to let them know there's nothing to worry about. So Canada tuning in. Grifter, Connor, yeah, he's out chasing out west. Yeah, he's definitely out there chasing right now, but he's not, he's in Alberta, just so you know. Avondale, Eastern Townships, home is in Dundee, working in Embrun. Oh, cool, okay, so you're covering a fairly large area. Hammond, yeah, so we got lots of large hail in, oh, wow, Sonia, okay, hopefully it didn't do any damage down in Hammond, but we were seeing that earlier. That's from that same portion of the storm where we were seeing the intensity back, which would have been the portion that came through Castleman as well. So here's our latest scan on this storm. So some areas are picking up in intensity again, and they are just north of Moose Creek and just to the east of Limoges. Those areas are areas of intensity. There are small pockets up here on there and there. So in those areas, those are going to be our most intense precipitation. Might be some hail in the two to the southwest. I don't think up on the northern portion there will be, but it's hard to say just from radar. And let's just take a look here. So I'm curious what they have done here for these warnings. So this is the last warning that Environment Canada put out. So this is on the very eastern portion of this storm, and Environment Canada tracking a severe thunderstorm capable of producing very strong wind gusts up to nickel-sized hail. So they've reduced the hail size in heavy rain, which based on radar, that makes perfect sense. The storm has spread out, and by doing so, it's definitely weakening in areas, which is good for everybody who's in the path of this. Nobody wants to have damage. And I'm just going to check something here on one of my other screens. I'm going to look, just seeing what warnings are out there. Yeah, something's going on that I cannot. Oh, there we go. That's what I was looking for. Okay. My lightning is turned on, but it's like disappeared. So I don't think the lightning has disappeared on the storm that drastically. I could be wrong, but it's. I don't know if anybody. So. What is Sonia? You were talking in Hammond. Did you guys have lightning out there with the storm? I assume you did. It's just that my software is just not showing it. So I'm curious if the lightning has disappeared off the storm. And that's honestly one way as a chaser. You watch the storms, and as lightning decreases, your storm's potentially weakening, or the opposite is happening where you start seeing a ton of lightning bolts. Your storm is picking up in intensity. So. Tuning in from central Ottawa, looks like it passed over us. Yeah, it missed Ottawa just to the north and to the east, so Ottawa did not get anything of any significance. You would just have showers there. Okay, power's out in Avondale near Green Valley. Should I plug the sump pump into the truck? That's a tough question to answer because I don't know how long your power is going to be out. I would monitor your sump pump just to make sure that there's no water coming in, it never hurts to have a backup. But if your power's out for a while, I definitely would consider it. That's the only comment I can make on that. It could be a severe gust as it weakens. Yes, as the storm does fall apart, the wind can pick up. As those elevated winds come down to the surface. So MR, still tons of lightning on my radar scope. Yeah, okay, so that's what I'm thinking. I'm having my radar crashed earlier, and I'm thinking that there's some kind of technical glitch happening. So I'm not seeing the lightning populate as it should. And that's probably what is happening right now. So I'm also seeing a fellow storm chaser is south of this storm system, Matthew Lucier. He's from the Quebec side. He comes from the Montreal region. He chases a lot. He's a good chaser. So good to see his dot there. I am going to look at something to see if I can reset my lightning. Maybe that's the problem. I don't know. Oh, yeah, see, that's perfect. So thank you, MR, for helping me out with that. Now that I've turned my lightning back on, look at that. So obviously a technical glitch in the software from earlier, but now the lightning is populating everywhere. So this storm is still throwing a lot of lightning bolts out. So it's maintaining, that severe status. And we are at 629 on the last scan, 637 right now, real time. So we should see another update here in a minute or two. What else have we got? Melissa, lots of thunder in Dundee. Yes. And now that we see the lightning bolts on the screen, yes, you're definitely getting a show. Hopefully nobody's, no pets are afraid of it, that kind of thing. I know that some animals definitely don't enjoy storms, and I even know a lot of people that don't enjoy the thunder and lightning. So we'll look down here. So north of Moose Creek, definitely an intense pocket of precipitation again, heading towards Maxville and Greenfield. Let's just have a gander here. So yeah, so the storm itself, yeah, starting to get close to the island of Montreal. It's just gonna, keep tracking eastward into it. I'm curious if Environment Canada in Quebec is going to throw some severe warnings up for this storm as it propagates east, but we'll see as that updates. Just got an update here, 6:35. So yeah, this core of the storm where we have the most intense precipitation is definitely increasing in the Moose Creek Maxville area. Just like Castleman, you're probably seeing hail in those areas. I know there's a lot of farmers' fields out that way, so hopefully it's not damaging crop. It's not big enough to do that, but definitely going to be seeing hail tracking with that particular portion of the storm. And again, you can see how broad this cluster of storms is, still stretching from east to west quite a bit. And I can actually, because we have tools, I can measure the distance on the storm. So this is a little tool that we have. So roughly 55 miles, which is 90 kilometers roughly. That's the span from one end to the other on this storm. So significant area of coverage that's getting impacted by portions of the storm. And I can do one step further here. I'm going to zoom in and measure distance. Oops, I'm on the wrong thing. So this intense portion of the storm is about 5 miles, so 8 kilometers of hail that's potentially tracking eastward. So it's a fairly wide path. Not saying there's hail for that entire portion of it, but it's definitely showing a fairly large or broad area of more intense precipitation. Am I Tom? Yes. Sorry. So if you're new here, yes, I'm definitely Tom. I'm a chaser based out of Kemptville, Ontario, and I've teamed up with Connor to do this new platform, Canadian Weather Live, and we are hoping to do this on a regular basis with any kind of severe weather, including snow in winter times, freezing rain, my least favorite precipitation on the planet. So any kind of events that are to do with Canadian side of things, we are definitely going to try and cover it, and focusing again on Eastern Ontario and Western Quebec. So yeah, I should maybe put my name on it's actually a good point. I'll add my name on my webcam so anybody who doesn't know me or who's tuning in, hasn't tuned in before, knows who I am. So we will do that upgrade for the next time. Let's take, wow. So yeah, I mean, again, you look at how big this storm is. It's fairly wide in comparison to anything else that's out there. So just gonna look back here, have a look at the Calidar stuff. So rain showers down there with the odd lightning bolt. Again, not really doing anything back there. Nothing to worry about if you're out in cottage country in that way. You're just going to get some rain. Your plants probably can use it because of how dry certain regions have been. Kemptville could use a little more rain. I know my grass is not happy about it, but that's the way the Mother Nature goes. I'm just going to look back here just to see if anything's going on. Perfect. Okay, beautiful sunny day outside the Kemptville studios. Missing all the action with the weather, all the way to the east. Looks like Connor's getting food. I'm just noticing on his live stream he's either getting a burrito or Tim Hortons or something along those lines. Got to keep your furnace fueled when you're storm chasing. Food stops are hard to do sometimes. Okay, we'll see when the next scan comes in here. We're a minute or two out. Be interesting if this storm weakens as it gets into Quebec, but it may drop into the southwest portion of Quebec, just across the St. Lawrence, and that portion south of Montreal might see some intense weather from this. Grifter, stay hydrated, 100%. I did a 4-hour live stream the other day, and I had no water up here, and by the time I finished on that, I was parched, to say the least. So I've learned to bring myself some water so I can have a sip here and there while doing this coverage. Just looking in here, this is probably Matthew still. Yeah, so Matthew is definitely getting in on the. I'm gonna look and see if he posts a lot of stuff on Facebook. So I'm just gonna take a look to see if. There we go. See if he's posted anything in terms of pictures of the storm, because I haven't seen anything, obviously, without Connor out there or not being on there. So, no. So he's got nothing, but he has a group called Extreme Chase Quebec. Just see if they're showing anything on there so I can show you guys. Oh, he's actually showing a live stream of it. Oh, his signal is cutting out. I'm glad to see we're not the only ones that struggle with signals with cell transmissions and that kind of stuff. So it looks like an update just came in. I'm just looking at his stream. It's basically a big shelf, but I'll elaborate on that. But we're going to take a look. Castleman looks to maybe get some more hail. That second cell that's behind it, down in this area here, Castleman, you might get more hail. There's a section there, and then this is just to the west of Maxville. So those areas are definitely experiencing more intense precipitation, but the storm is definitely getting a bow look to it, where your winds and everything is kind of headed in somewhat this direction. It's very generalized, but that's basically what's currently transpiring with these clusters of storms. So we'll see how that changes in the next few scans. But still a lot of lightning, still a lot of intensity. So got to pay attention to it. Tasha just sent in an email. Round 2 in Castleman, check email for pick. Oh, here we go. Thank you. Wow. Okay. Awesome, Tasha. I appreciate this. I'm going to throw this up on the screen. So decent size. Those are grapes. Let me share it with you guys. So there we go. That's a picture from Tasha in Castleman. And as I was suspecting, they were getting a second round. Here we have, like I said, grape-sized hail. So definitely these storms are maintaining their intensity. And anytime you see hail, there's obviously definitely some melt that happens. So you can even see slightly larger than this. But I definitely appreciate you submitting that photo for us. Nice to see what's happening. So 3 storm chaser trucks near Hawkesbury. Are they with you? Coming from a Mike. No, definitely not with us. There are a bunch of chasers out there, so could be somebody else. I don't see any. Most of us who chase have what we call spotter dots. We don't always turn them on, which is that little red dot that I was showing you here. I'll zoom in. and you can click on it and it tells you who it is, what time it reported at, and sometimes there's communication info that you can either email them or text them or call them even. So I don't see any dots up that way, but there are plenty of people that chase without that spotter icon turned on. So it's always good to have people on the ground because the radar cannot see the bottom portion of the storm. That's always what's difficult about it. Dundee, Quebec, looking for some action down that way. So it may be headed that way. I'm going to zoom out here because I'm not 100% sure where Dundee, Quebec is, but I'll look it up. But it is definitely heading southeast from where it's currently tracked. I'll see what the probabilities are down in the Dundee, Quebec area. Oh yeah, you are. I'm just looking where you are. You're right on the border, basically, with the United States. So you're east of Akwesasne near the Cornwall area. So yeah, you are down here. Definitely, this is going to track that way possibly. So definitely a good chance for Dundee to see some action. What radar do you use? So I'm using a software called Radar Scope. It's an application anybody can download. It's not free. It's like $10 a year for the tier 1 platform, and then there's a tier 2 which is more in-depth data analysis and that kind of stuff. So I've used Radar Scope for a very long time. I do have on my phone, there's several apps, and I'm just going to pull them up here. So My Radar is another one that I've used. Radar Omega is very detailed. That one's more chaser oriented because it can get into serious depth in terms of details and information. Radar Scope is a good straightforward one as well. Been around forever, so definitely a good app to have. But wow, Castleman is definitely seeing some more hail down south of it. I'm giggling because it's just weird how Castleman seems to be a magnet today for storms, just deciding they want to go slightly bonkers in that area. So again, that purple area, intensity of hail possibly in that area. So south of Castleman towards the Moose Creek area. But if we've seen anything like we have in the past, in the Moose Creek area, it's faded before it's gotten there. Sorry, my apologies. And I'm just noticing that St. Albert is just to the northeast of there. So that's Connor's home turf where he's currently residing. So just going to see here any other emails coming in. Nothing right now. Okay, so let's take a look here. So 6:47. So that was a recent update. So we have some time here to go over some things. And let's back out here. And I'm just going to play the loop just to see what... So this is just a loop function. As you can see, the storms all afternoon that we've been watching here. And it now is trajectory is more southeast than it was originally. They were eastward as they were in the Ottawa area. And then as this has grown and expanded, they're now moving more southeasterly and heading again for the St. Lawrence River. Anybody that's on the St. Lawrence River, if you know anybody that's boating out there or anybody that's got a cottage or a house there, definitely the winds are going to pick up and the intensity on this storm is definitely going to impact along the seaway. And I wouldn't be surprised if this continues and stays strong, that you'll see some marine warnings possibly go out. But they're waiting to see if this continues to intensify or if it starts to, fall apart, for example. Okay. Let's have a look here. So the other thing that we're seeing here, so one of the things I want to show you, and sorry for zooming in and out so much, the eastern portion of the storm does look weaker, but you have to take into account how far this is from radar. Our radar is all the way back here by Franktown. So let me just highlight that. The Franktown radar is sitting right here, and this storm is all the way almost in Montreal. So it looks like it's weaker over here, but I bet watch when we switch radars. So there's a closer radar here, and then you're going to see a much closer interpretation of the storm, and it's weaker, but it's not as weak as our radar is indicating. So I might switch over to this radar in a bit there out of Montreal on the Quebec side. I'm going to stick with Franktown for now to monitor this Castleman area and where our most intense portion of the storm is. So I'm going to keep an eye on that, and we'll go from there. Just looking here. Wow, there are some. I'm just seeing some more hailstones. I'm just going to find out. Somebody's posting hailstones here. I just got to make sure I can share this. Larger than grape. We're probably loony sized, maybe less. So I'm just checking with Dominic whether I can share this on the live stream, because it's we have a what we call an Eastern Ontario group chat, and so the bunch of chasers post all sorts of stuff. We're always chatting about weather in there, just a bunch of weather nerds basically. We're all lovers of the storms. So he just posted a picture there, which 6:53, so 2 minutes ago. So I'm just looking here what else is being posted.
Damn, bro, look at this. Damn.
This is right outside. I'm going to turn the volume down.
Damn.
Yeah, there's even toonies in that. Wow. Okay, so definitely was right. That there are large hailstones in this based on what we were seeing. So again, the latest scan has come in. Castleman, the core of the storm was intense. I'm just going to frame back one here so we can see how intense it was. It gets east of Castleman and it starts to die again. So definitely not sure what's going on, but Castleman is the magnet for hailstones, and then east of there it just comes apart. So definitely nice. So I'm just going to look here and see if I have an update on that. But yeah, when you start to get to loony-sized hailstones and bigger, that starts to put dents into vehicles and stuff. I unfortunately had an incident with one of my cars back, what was it, 2 years ago? A storm came through Ottawa and just golf balls, bigger than golf balls, coming down, and definitely did a lot of damage to a lot of vehicles in the area and also property. So I'm going to bring this up. So here's this was in the Castleman area, so I will show you guys this one. So these are toonie sized, loony sized hailstones in that kind of size. So definitely getting some decent hail out of these storms that are moving through the area. And this is why we try and talk to you guys or show you about them, so you know what's coming your way, if it is coming your way. Go back to the main screen here, and there's another one here. So I'm just going to go back to the beginning here. I guess him running out of the house. So we'll do a share again. So this is running outside the house and then picking them up, and you'll see when he gets a couple of those are large stones. Like that's toonie sized hail at that point, and you can see it's interesting. Hopefully I can back it up. So you can see the nucleus. So the center of that hailstone is what usually what everything grows off of. And so that can be a speck of dust, dirt, an insect that gets caught in an updraft. It can be any little particle, and then the ice builds up on it. And as that hailstone rises and falls in the updraft, it continues to grow in size. But you need to have enough wind there to maintain that hailstone floating up there, essentially. So the bigger the hailstone, the stronger your updraft, the stronger your storm. So it's an indicator of how strong storms are. So thank you, Dominic, for that. That's awesome. It's very helpful to be able to show that and put that out there and let people know what's happening. So we'll see what the screen shows here on the next grab at 6:53. We are 6:59, so still a bit of ways, 3-4 minutes before we get another update on this. I'm going to see if anything else is happening. So it looks like the storm is starting to encroach into the Montreal area and is going to start impacting portions of Montreal, south and west of Montreal, Beaconsfield, that kind of area. And I'm just going to see if anything else is happening. So again, we've been looking at these storms. If you're just tuning in, back to the west by Arden, they are just rain showers, very small storms of no intensity whatsoever. So we'll continue to watch this as it moves through the eastern townships. Again, it is going to extend out, crossing the St. Lawrence River if the storm maintains. It will, if the hail continues, they will definitely put out some more warnings and stuff like that. So stay tuned, and we'll continue to assess this as it moves along. But definitely neat seeing hail that big. It's kind of funny that Connor's in Alberta and we're getting a decent storm coming through the region. We always, I've storm chased, like I said, for 11 years, and there's been times where I leave, for example, staying near Oklahoma City, for example, and you target a certain area for storms because, again, you're trying to predict where they're going to happen. And you're chasing in Texas, let's say, and you look at radar and a storm literally goes up and tracks right over where you were that morning, and you could have literally put it, I call it lawn chair chasing, where you just throw out a chair, sit on the lawn, and watch the storm come to you. But that's why it's hard to predict. That's why it's tough to get to storms, and it keeps it challenging, I guess, but it can definitely be very frustrating at the same time. So we'll see how this complex moves here. Should have an update any second, and we'll see what happens. But that's the biggest hail I've seen so far this year coming out of this storm. So I don't think there's been hail larger than that at this point this year yet. I could be wrong. If I am, somebody correct me for sure, but definitely some of the larger stuff I've seen. Okay. Let's go here. So Connor's stream has gone down again, probably just because of the coverage area he's in. Just having a look here. Okay, caught up on everything there. There's our next scan. So this time the core is maintaining a little further from Castleman, and it's getting close to Moose Creek at this point. So just so you understand, this scan is originated at 6:59. We are 7:02, so it's already 3 minutes old. So whenever we see this data, it's not technically what I would say in real time, because it takes a while for the data to populate and come out to us. So this is probably closer to Moose Creek than it is showing on there. It's probably got some hail. And coming behind that portion of Moose Creek is another section that looks to come into Castleman again, and it's intensifying as it comes into Castleman. And you may see some more hail in Castleman. So apparently that's the hail capital of Ontario today. Just decided that it's going to park itself there, and every storm that pops is dumping some hail. So anybody in that area, you're probably going to get a third round of hail coming through if the intensity maintains. I'll zoom out a little bit here just to have a look at things. So who's down here? Somebody's in Green Valley. Oh, I think that's Matthew's chase partner. And he's probably, so Matthew's in Apple Hill, and that's his chase partner, her dot. What does that say? 6:45. So yeah, that's 15 minutes old. And Matthew's is recent. So they're moving back towards Apple Hill. So Matthew, I don't know if you're getting any information or not, but I would suggest heading towards Castleman. That's where you're going to see the action. So anyways, and it's funny how stark a contrast it is when you have these storm systems. You compare it to, for example, my house. Bright sunny day, the wind has calmed down now. Would never know that there's any kind of storm going on anywhere other than, being a storm chaser. So we'll see what's going on here. Oh, Connor's got a pretty storm back up on, so he's on, oh wow, this is rotating. I'm looking at this storm, sorry, I'm just trying to assess. There's definitely some motion in these clouds if you watch closely. So this is again in Alberta. This is not Ontario. This is Connor's live stream from Alberta, northwest of Calgary or north of Calgary. He's just on some storms out that way. So it looks like there's a fair bit of motion up there. Nothing that's, would be a wall cloud or any kind of intense rotation. But the storm is definitely active, and there's quite a bit of motion in it. So he's on a pretty storm. Hopefully he's having fun. I think we're getting the better of it, to be honest with you, in terms of storms, just in terms of intensity, but that's not always a good thing for everybody. I always got to keep that in mind. I get excited about storms, and then there's people who are, totally petrified of them. I try and keep that in context because, especially when we're doing, when we chase tornadoes, it's hard because we get excited about the tornadoes, but somebody possibly is having the worst day of their life, where, a tornado's damaging property, home, family, that kind of stuff. So it's a balancing act that you have to do out there. And we always do search and rescue if we come across damage in storms, if we can do it safely or we can get to it safely. So many times I've been on a storm. Dunrobin tornado is a perfect example. In 2018, September 21st, I was in Dunrobin within 45 seconds of the tornado going through town, and I stopped my chase there immediately and started to sift through rubble because there were several homes that were right across from the mall there that were heavily damaged. We actually pulled a woman out of a basement. I ended up transporting her to CARP to her family. Like I said, it's a passion for us as chasers, but again, somebody who's completely has nothing to do with it is having the worst day of their life. So always try and keep that in mind. So okay, back to the storm. 6:59, 8 minutes ago. So we should see an update here in any second or any minute. And we'll see if the hail moves back into Castleman or whether it gets a reprieve at this point. I'm curious. Social media, there's definitely going to be some pictures surfacing from Castleman based on what I just saw, that there's going to be far more hail photos on the social media side of things. So good news is it's weakened both of the areas that we were looking at, that we were tracking. The one near Moose Creek and the one just southwest of Castleman are weakening. It could be a sign that the storms are starting to weaken as well. In Canada, being as far north as we are, once the sun starts to go down, we are probably less than 2 hours away from sunset. So You've got probably an hour and 40 minutes till sunset, and at that point the sun is far lower on the horizon, so less intensity. So we get less what they call diurnal heating, which fuels the storm, or helps to fuel the storms, I should say. And as that goes away, the storms definitely lose that intensity. So that's what I think is happening right now, but we'll see in the next couple of scans to see if that continues to be the trend or if that changes at all. So bring this back up as well. So we'll just have a look at visible satellite. Again, anybody that's tuning in, you can see that it's slightly getting darker on the screen, and that's because we're looking from, obviously from space in a large area, but definitely starting to darken a little bit. The storm itself has, the anvil has gotten into Montreal, and that's on the right portion of your screen, middle. That's the storms that we're looking at as they traveled through the region today. So you can see that it's definitely reaching out to the Montreal area at this point, and will continue to head that way. It does look more broken up on radar from one end to the other of this line of storms. So it could be where it's at its point where it's starting to shift the other way. So let's take a look at something. I'm going to go on my main layout here, come back to this. So there is some broader areas of rotation here. Sorry, I'm on the wrong clicker. So I'm just going to look through this and see. There's just some weak low-level rotation here. We're far from the radar again, so that's one of the things you have to keep in mind with rotation. You're looking much further up in the storm than you are down at the bottom. So this is just broad, weak rotation. There's no concern there in terms of this. Give me a sec here. It's in Castleman, just finished hail again. Wow. Okay, so they're still getting some hail in Castleman. So that would be round 3. Thank you, Lana, for that. And then Jerry, paying attention to Alberta today. We've got Connor out in Alberta. He's just doing some chasing out there. So far, the storms that I've been seeing have been outflowy somewhat, so not growing out in size. Just typical storms coming off the foothills, essentially, of the Rockies. So Connor's definitely out there. If you look at the live stream, that's Connor driving out there. So I'll bring that up here. That's just Connor driving down a dirt road. Obviously, the storm looks to be behind him or to the right. We'll see there in a second, but he's just north of Calgary at this point. So this is not Ontario. This is Alberta, just so we're all clear about that. I just have it up there in case he happens to come across something intense. Tomorrow was looking like a better day for storms, but I think that has changed somewhat for them. So that may not end up being the case, and that's how it goes. One day it looks good, the next day things don't look as good. So I guess Castleman is definitely the hail magnet today, and I guess Moose Creek is getting it as well based on what I'm seeing here. Moose Creek would definitely be seeing some hail in this area. So between Castleman and Moose Creek, you're definitely seeing some ice. 7:05. We're about 2 minutes out from the next scan. Just going to pan out here to see if anything's happening. Nothing to the north. Back by Charlotte Lake and all that, that's died off. So yeah, this is the only game in town today. For us, it's obviously impactful in certain areas. I'm going to scan it from the Quebec side on the Montreal radar, so just to see what it's showing. And it's showing the same areas of intensity, Moose Creek, Castleman. The area coming into, let me zoom in here. St. Polycarp, Dalhousie, North Lancaster, kind of towards the river. That's Coteau du Lac again is going to see some effects from these storms. So I'll switch back to our Eastern Ontario radar from Franktown because we are closer to the area of our interest, which is this backside of the storm system. And we'll see what the scan comes out and says. Hook south of Cynthia, Alberta. Interesting. I will take a quick look at that. I'll actually use my app on my phone to look at it. I'm waiting for the scan to come in here for oh, they've got a tornado watch out, it looks like, up that way. Oh, and it's tornado warned. So yeah, there it looks like a, oh wow. Okay, so there's a storm. Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, Ryan. Definitely a storm west of Edmonton, southwest of Edmonton, I'm sorry, that is hooking. And it's got rotation on it. It's not really tight, but there's a bunch of chasers looking at it. So it's up by Drayton Valley, which yesterday produced some nice storms as well. So that area has been consistent. And here's our latest scan. Moose Creek looks to still have some hail possibly just south of Moose Creek, and St. Albert as well, showing areas of hail. So that's this area here again, just showing that there could be hail there. And then St. Telesphore also has an intense portion right here in the storm that could be putting out some hail. So it's not dying, it just seems to be breaking up a little bit, and areas are starting to concentrate more in little compact zones where we're getting that precipitation. Still lots of lightning, obviously thunder and heavy precipitation with this storm coming through. So just having a look here. Just checking on some updates there for you guys, just reading some comments and stuff. Let's see what Connor's got. Yeah, well, I just saw a lightning flash in the storm. So if you look, I'm going to bring up the whole full screen. This is in Alberta. Please pay attention that this is not in Ontario. This is Alberta. It's interesting to see how blue that center core is. That's usually to do with a hail indicator on it. So definitely a nice storm that's throwing some hail, and probably giving Connor some action. So I'm just going to come back to this quickly. Some comments here. Folks have a funnel. Connor's gone the more south storm. Chat, they have a funnel. Oh, okay. So that's that storm west of Edmonton that we were talking about. So thanks, Jordan, for that. Pull up some of the photos from our group chat if you can. Shane Turgeon has a tornado on the ground. Okay, that's a little different. Sorry, just gotta do this switch. I'm just gonna go. Okay, wow. I'm not going to share it because I don't have permission from Shane, but Braden Morriso also on it, who's a Alberta chaser as well, and there's a tornado. It's Drayton Valley, so there's definitely a tornado there. I'm just seeing a photo from it. So it's definitely putting down a tornado. So I don't think if anybody here is watching from Alberta, I'm just going to quickly zoom out, go back up to here to west of Edmonton, quickly take a look at the data here. So Drayton Valley is right here. This is the storm in question. So that's what they're all chasing out there. And you can see a kind of hook happening right here. So I'm just going to change velocity scans here. Hopefully it updates quickly for me and doesn't give me a hard time. Probably the latest scan isn't there, and that's why. It's moving in a... it's turned east, so it's definitely... Well, so the velocity scan doesn't want to come up because it just wants to be difficult, but... yeah, so this is the storm that's Drayton Valley, and which is southwest or west of Edmonton. So anybody in that area needs to pay attention. I am going to move back to our storm here. Just pulling that up here. And so what time is this? 7:11. So we're about to get our next scan as well here. But Jordan, thank you for letting me know. Ryan, thank you for letting me know. So anybody out west of Edmonton, there is a tornado happening. I don't know if it's still on the ground. Darren is showing it on the ground still here. I just saw a photo from one of our group chats, but it's definitely, yes, it's definitely happening out west. So people need to take cover and stay safe. If I get permission that I can share a photo, I will. But up until I get that permission, I'm not gonna put it up on our live stream. Some people, a lot of people don't understand how much work goes into actually getting to a tornado, how much cost in gas and time and energy and equipment. So sharing the fruits of that labor without their permission, I don't do that, because I've had it happen to me where people just take my photos or my video and capitalize on it by sharing it where they shouldn't. So we're just going to look at this storm here. So I'm hoping, so this is the latest scan. So again, south of Castleman, definitely getting some hail. It is breaking up somewhat, but as this approaches Montreal and the St. Lawrence, we are definitely seeing some decent precipitation just coming into those areas. Coteau-du-Lac, definitely on the edge of it. So still need to pay attention to these storms as they progress through the region, and we'll go from there. Thanks, Jordan. Appreciate you helping out there. If I can get, like I said, if they say it's okay, I definitely will put it up just to show people. It's not a large, I mean, it's a decent sized tornado, but it's nothing massive in terms of tornado, and it's in a area that's very rural, very forested too, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. So it's hopefully not impacting anybody, and we'll see whether anything happens there. So what was I going to say here? So I'm just going to look. Okay, got an email here. Looking due north of Dundee, can hear very faint thunder in the distance, getting darker. So I just got an email here. I'm going to put it up on the screen. This is from Kenneth Summers from Dundee. We will put that on the screen here. So very dark, shelf-like structure to the storm, looking out as it approaches his area here. So definitely an intense enough storm that, like I said, we've got warnings out for it. Thank you for submitting that. That will be, let me zoom out here. Dundee is down here in the bottom corner. So what he's seeing coming at him, he's down in this area right here. So that would be this storm, looking back at the meat of the big storm coming through. So it's still a good hour out, maybe, I would say, roughly. And so before he sees that, so close that. And we always appreciate you guys sending submissions to us. It, as I said before, it always helps us to see what's happening and what's going on the storms. So Connor's out there shooting some photos of this storm. That's him. This is our favorite place to be, on a dirt road in the middle of nowhere with no one, and storms above us or out in front of us. I'm hoping to get myself out west at some point at the end of this month. We'll see if that happens, but not sure at this point, but I definitely would like to get under some storms since I didn't travel to the U.S. this year for storm chasing. So let's have a look here. Roping out. So I just saw a notification that it's dying. That was from Brennan. So 7:21. So that is just 2 minutes ago. So the tornado out west in Alberta. This is Alberta we're talking about. Definitely the tornado is dying, which they're not usually long lived up there. So it's good to hear that that's the case. Question about whether there's any risk for Ottawa tonight. Very unlikely. If there was anything overnight, it would be a very minor storm. These storms that have moved through the area are definitely what we call raking over the environment. So they use up the available potential energy, or what they call CAPE, convective available potential energy. And it uses it up. So it takes a while for that to restore or grow again or recharge itself, and usually that involves up here daylight. So Ottawa, I'm not thinking anything's going to happen. I think you're good in that department. I'm just zooming back out to see if there's anything tracking anywhere. Unfortunately, my northwest radar is out, but I'm going to look at this one here, and then I'll look at there's one more radar up at the top here. Yeah, right now for Ottawa, I think you're in a after these storms moved out of the region east of Ottawa, there's not going to be anything basically. And I think tomorrow there won't be anything else either. So, Bruce, yeah, you're going to have to water the plants. Yeah, sorry, bad news. My lawn needs watering as well, but that's not happening. So I'll have to do that myself. Let's zoom in here. And I'm just going to look. That's awesome. So a bunch of storm chasing friends out in Alberta that I know just got a tornado. So some of them, one of them, it was his very first tornado ever. So that's always the special one for us chasers. We always know exactly where we were on that first tornado experience. So happy for him. So that's cool. We'll see what 7:23. So this is our latest update. Wow. So okay. So as this storm is approaching the St. Lawrence River, basically Rivière-Baudette, Pointe Lalonde, in that area, it's probably picking up on some of the moisture from the river, and that sometimes helps to intensify the storm a little bit. So I'll just pan back here. Yeah, so we go back one frame and you can see that suddenly it intensified as it got close to the river. It's also picked up speed because it's moved quite a distance in the one scan. So that storm, as it goes across, it's going to, impact Salaberry to Valleyfield, Baie de Brise, Pointe Biron, in those areas. Anybody on the river, I highly recommend you're not on the river. St. Lawrence, even south of there, as this other portion of the storm. I'm just going to see how it's tracking in terms of continuing. So it's still on a southeasterly track at this point. So it's all heading for, South Lancaster, that kind of thing. I'm just looking to see here if they've extended this warning. So that just came out a short while ago. Severe thunderstorm warning, tracking severe thunderstorm capable of very strong wind gusts up to nickel-sized hail. So that's for this portion of the storm that's just on the edge of the St. Lawrence and about to cross it. This back portion here, we'll see if it continues to intensify. So let's have a look here. Connor looks like he's on the move again out west in Alberta. He's in the trees a little bit, but still having a fun day chasing. It's better than a day in the office, as we say. So I'll stick with this till it either gets out of Quebec or dies in intensity and isn't as strong as it was. And I'm just curious about something here. Okay, so I'll look at Montreal radar. Oops. So that's interesting. So into Montreal, not a whole lot going on. It's still just on the very edge of the Ottawa River meets the St. Lawrence River. It hasn't extended much into Montreal, just basic rain showers, that kind of thing. Nothing strong that way. Everything is this side and down in this region here. So we'll keep tracking this along as it moves. And I'm just looking outside, but we're 7:30, so we're about an hour and 20 minutes from sunset. So I suspect once the sun goes down and we get in the next hour, we get closer to sunset. At that point, once the sun goes down, I see these storms. If they haven't already died, they're going to most likely die at that point, just based on conditions and parameters that are out there. So smallish, hookish looking south of St. Albert. Yeah, I see that little appendage out there. It's very small. Just gonna see in this area here. So there's broad rotation there, but nothing tight or coupled. So good catch there, definitely. And it's definitely, when you see these kind of hook shapes on storms where it sticks that finger out, as I was pointing out on the Alberta storm that had the tornado, when you get this kind of hook, that's indicative of the storm rotating and just trying to wrap up or tighten up. And when it tightens up, that's when you get those tornadoes happening. So currently the wind velocities don't suggest anything's coming out of it, but again, we're waiting for our next scan in about 2 minutes, and we'll see if anything comes out of it. So Carstairs, Alberta was reported funnel near there. Yeah, not surprised on all that stuff that's going on up there. Perfect. Okay, so we've got everything we need here. We'll see when, hopefully it updates very shortly. Let's just take a look here. Okay, perfect. I'm going to go back to our emails, make sure I'm keeping on top of everything. Okay, just over 3 hours since we started this coverage, back when it was in Ottawa. I'm just going to jump back here. So that's when the storms jumped and oh, there's another update. That's why I did that. So we started around 4:30, 4 o'clock, somewhere in that neighborhood. And the storms have just kind of drifted east and then turned into this cluster. And it's now almost down into Montreal region. So that hook shape is maintaining on that storm that's near St. Albert. Even on the latest scan, there's definitely, let's just take a look in here. So there's some radar noise, but we do have an area. I'm going to put it more in the middle of the screen here just so we can all look at it. There is some rotation happening, but it's not tight. It's far from the radar. So we are looking up in the storm much further. But your hook is a little displaced from your velocity, which again, red and green next to each other are what we're looking at. That kind of area there, which is out in front of it. It could be a delayed data, but right now it's not tight. It's not any intensity. The stuff to the south of that is kind of radar noise as far as my opinion on that is. So I'll zoom back out of this. This as it goes over the river. As long as it's going there, it's definitely picking up intensity here for this region as it goes out over the St. Lawrence. So we'll see if that continues to intensify as it crosses the waterway. That's stuff that definitely can happen. So what else have we got going on? Okay, just taking a look here. Perfect. Okay, Connor Stream is down for Alberta, so he's probably in a terrible area for coverage. And just seeing who's out there. So just scanning back out here for the region for Eastern Ontario. Again, nothing happening. Some smaller storms north of Ottawa, but they're very small, very regular rain showerish. Moose Creek is definitely just southwest of there, seeing possibly some hail happening as well. So let me see here. Oh, Connor Stream is back. He's in some rain. I guarantee you he's going to be a little frustrated with the tornado to the north of him, but that's the problem. I've always said you can be the best forecaster in the world and find yourself in a region, just to give you an example, a storm in Canada and a storm in Castleman, just to give it a reference, and you have to pick one of the two. You still only have a 50% chance of getting the right storm that's going to tornado. So it's tough to get to tornadoes. So when you do, there's a reason we as chasers are elated, or if we get to the right storm, even if it's not a tornado, if we're trying to target storms for an area so that we can, chase a storm, 50 kilometers can make a huge difference of whether you see something or whether you don't. I'm just going to go back to seeing if this tornado is continuing. So that's 12 minutes ago. I'm just going to refresh to see if anything's happening on that. Okay, confirmation the tornado has definitely roped out. Roped out means that it's gotten very thin and eventually just comes apart. That's what roping out means for anybody that's not aware. So if I use lingo and you guys don't know what I'm saying, don't be shy in asking what I'm talking about, because I do use technical terms in the chase community, and sometimes I forget that the average person doesn't understand that or know what it is. So like I said, don't hesitate to ask me a question. I'll be happy to tune in and answer it as best as I can, just to help you guys understand. So here's our latest scan. Hook is kind of still slightly there. It's got a really weird shape to it, so I'm not super worried about it. I'm just looking at velocities here. Yeah, so the intensity is still southwest of Moose Creek in terms of precipitation. We're definitely going to be seeing hail in that area. And then the storm, as it's gotten onto the St. Lawrence, it has subsided a little bit or weakened a little bit. So as it's crossing over the St. Lawrence River, it's still intense precipitation, lots of lightning, as you can see. There'll be some wind associated with it, but nothing super strong. But the core, where we had that couple of pixels of purple, has gone away on this latest scan. And I suspect, again, just time of day, we're getting later and later in the day, so the storms are going to have less and less energy available for them to continue to progress at these intensities. So comment here, Dundee, the air temperature just dropped here, so that might be cold outflow from the storms coming at you. Not 100% sure, or it's just, yeah, it would be probably outflow from the storm that's to your north, which would be on the St. Lawrence, and you're probably getting the outflow from that storm. And just as I say, you know, we were talking about this storm, how it had shown less intensity on that last scan. It has picked back up again, and we've got 3 pixels of purple on there. So storm is still packing a bit of a punch as it moves across into the southwestern portion of Quebec. So keep an eye on that, and we'll update as we go along here to see what's going on. Perfect. So just keeping an eye on everything around here. And we were talking earlier, I don't know who, whether you guys all, you know, anybody's new tuned in, you can see this is visible satellite, and it's starting to get dark on the satellite, meaning sun is setting. We don't have as much, you know, light available for the photography side of things. So you can see that this is, the whole screen is starting to get dark. Eventually it goes black. We do have infrared available at night, which I use when I'm going to hunt northern lights and I want to see if there's clouds or anything happening for that. I definitely tune into that to check, and it's a great tool to have, that we can have infrared photography from outer space, where we can see if there's clouds above a certain region for stargazing. You know, I've shot meteors, northern lights, stars, Milky Way, that kind of stuff. So definitely a handy tool to have that would be a shame to lose. Let's put it that way. Okay, let's go. What's going on here? Checking to see if any news or updates on whether it's coming back or if there's anything happening on that Alberta storm. I'm not seeing anything on my other monitors here right now. Let me see here. No. So, okay. Connor's just driving Alberta here. He's in some more rain, trying to probably get ahead of this storm so he can get out in front of it to shoot some structure, as we say. We'll continue to see if anything's happening there. 7:41, so 6 minutes into this. 3-4 minutes we should have our next scan. Connor, going to go play in the hail, will be big. Okay, well, if Connor gets into some big hail, I'll definitely put that up there for our enjoyment, because big hail can be fun, especially when it's not happening to you. So we'll see what he gets into. Hopefully his stream stays up, and we'll go from there. So getting a comment here. Left door valid is 6 o'clock with 27 Celsius. Got to Rigaud, and it's 19.5. Wow. Yeah, so that's what happens when storms move through an area or approaching an area. Totally changes, you know, your available energy, which we were talking about earlier. As the sun is going to set, the storms won't have as much energy available to them to continue, and so it tends to die out. So leaving and losing almost 8 degrees Celsius from Dorval to Rigaud, significant change in temperature. So it's what we're seeing. The storms are slowly coming apart and dying. I'm just zooming in here. It looks like Castleman might have some more hail again. Another area, and I'm going to have to study this and find out why this particular area today decided that anytime a storm was going to go near it, that it would intensify to the point where, you know, you were looking at hail coming out of it, because that's got to be round 4 for them. And it's unique. I haven't seen that in this region. It's been a long time since I've seen that anyways in this area. So we'll just pan back out here, look at the whole complex of storms. 7:35, 8 minutes ago, so we should get another scan here. I'm curious, as this storm moves across the St. Lawrence, what it's going to look like when it gets to the other side. And just looking at comments, touching down in Alberta, close to Edmonton. Yeah, so Proud Canuck. We were just commenting earlier, Connor's out that way. He's south of that storm, but yes, there was a tornado out there west of Edmonton. It wasn't long-lived. It didn't look super strong. Hopefully it didn't impact anybody, and it just was out in a field or in trees. But it is over. It hasn't reproduced. I'm keeping an eye on one of my other monitors here just to see if it's reproduced, but it doesn't look like it. And and then I got a comment here. Just a sec here, Huck. Yep, good light show on top of the mountain. I'm assuming you are talking about in Montreal, possibly. Just gonna. What am I trying to? I'm lost my bearings, anyways. Yeah, so you're probably talking about Mont-Royal or Mount Royal in Montreal. I bet you it's a nice show from there when you can get up high. So I'm hoping we have another scan. This is our latest scan, actually. Sorry. Let me zoom in here. So it's maintaining as it crossed the river here to the southwest portion of Quebec. Still some areas of intense precipitation. This storm itself has definitely got a very odd shape to it, and again, I'm thinking that this has to do with time of day and just what's been happening in the environment. So still intense lightning and lots of rain. Let me just have a look here. Oh, you're talking about on top of the mountain in Rigaud. Okay, cool. I didn't realize there was a huge elevation there, or like a significant elevation. That's neat. Always good to know where the high points are so you can look out. Thank you for that update. Connor, I guess, was already in the hail. Oh, and they ran, a moose ran out in front of them, but we didn't have it on the live stream, unfortunately. But as long as the moose ran out in front of them and didn't impact them, because not much a moose loses to when it comes to vehicle versus moose. It would have to be a big truck, and even then I still wouldn't want to do it. So okay, curious here. I'm just going to run the loop here as this moves. I'm just trying to see what the storm is doing. So it's interesting. It's back building up around Castleman, meaning that the storm is kind of reaching back to the northwest as it progresses. So this portion of the storm right here keeps rebuilding as the storm moves east. So you can see here the storm moves out, and then boom, a little bit pops. Sorry, I don't know why it does that. A little bit pops up, a little bit pops up. So storms are popping to the northwest on the tail end of this. .35, we should have at least one more scan. Okay, perfect. So Well, so Darky, you got a warning, and you are where? You said, I'm just looking here, you are 30 minutes from Kempville and nothing is happening. Yeah, no, you definitely shouldn't have any kind of warning unless this just went up. I'm just looking at this warning down here at the bottom. Oh, yes. Okay, so you are learning what we learned earlier when it went through Ottawa. So they've now put out a severe warning for this Moose Creek Castleman area. But as you can see, the box extends back into Hallville, Mountain, Inkerman, Dunbar, Chesterville, all of those areas. They got a severe weather warning for a storm that is moving to the southeast or to the east, which will never impact you. So yeah, unfortunately, you are the victim of terrible weather warning boxes that extend behind the storm where it's already been. So you have nothing to worry about. So just sucks that you got woken up by it, because that's not the fun way to wake up. But you have nothing to worry about based on what we're seeing here. And hi, Ann. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate you stopping in. Always good to have people tune in. Dark. It's not a different tower, I don't think. It's just because when the box gets thrown out, it's so big that it covers in front of the storm, but it also extends back behind it. So you get the warning properly because that's where the box has been put out. But it's pointless to have that box extend out to South Mountain and Hallville and all that kind of stuff, because the storms are long gone from there and they're nowhere. They're not coming back there. So it's just, we were talking about it on, I think, hour 2 of the stream, where it's just the way the warning boxes go out in Canada. They're working on improving it, but it's long overdue, we were saying. So, but good news is you have nothing to worry about. 7:41. So we should get a new scan here any second. And we'll see what, oh, there, it just came in. So intensity looks to be dropping on most of this entire storm complex. The only part that's really maintaining is between St. Albert and Moose Creek and down into southwestern Quebec across the St. Lawrence. But for the most part, it is starting to die out, it looks like. And just regular thunderstorm with showers, no major hail or anything like that. So well, that's awesome to hear, Darky. Thank you. We've been at this, I've been chasing 10, 11 years, and Connor's about the same as me. We both kind of chase around the same amount of time, and we've chased I've spent 10 years, 11 years in chasing in the U.S. So we are a local resource now. Connor's definitely been at it. It was more of a hobby for me, but I've definitely jumped in to partner up with Connor to do these live streams and launching Canadian Weather Live. So hopefully we'll be around for a long time, and we look forward to streaming this kind of information to you guys on days where the severe warnings go out, and anything that's happening in the area. I'm just looking at this cluster north. So there's some storms or cells that have popped north of Montpellier, Chenville, Lac-Simon, but they're just showers with thunder and lightning. Nothing intense at this time. Sarah, does this channel also cover Southern Ontario times? First time viewer. Thanks for tuning in, first off. We are planning to. So right now, the way we're growing is we're going to do Eastern Ontario, Western Quebec, and we will migrate towards storms in Southern Ontario. And if we get good enough and big enough, I would love to see this across Canada as a platform. Obviously, it wouldn't just be myself in front of the camera. We would have dedicated people within certain regions or areas that would be doing that. But Canadian Weather Live, I would love to see that go across the country. so that we can bring this real-time information to people where we're assessing radar as it's happening and getting the information out to people so they can understand what's going on in their neck of the woods. I have on other streams, for example, we had one, I want to say a week ago, and there were storms in Eastern Ontario and there were storms in Quebec and even Southern Ontario, and I was flipping back and forth between them. If I can handle it, I will, but that's the game plan down the road. So that last storm that went through here knocked out one of my cams. SD cards, oh god. So Darky just mentioning that one of his cams, the SD card got zapped, which lightning has a tendency to do stuff like that, unfortunately. So hopefully not a major catastrophe. Rainbow, awesome, thank you. We hope to grow with you guys. So like I said, the best thing you can do is share the stream, share the channel, subscribe so that we can let you guys know when we do go live. And we appreciate all of our subscribers and people who tune in. Awesome, Sarah. Appreciate the follow as well. Thanks, Ann. We appreciate you as well tuning in. Perfect. So, and I mentioned early on in the stream that one of the things we will be doing is wintertime for travel and commutes, just to give updates as far as if there's snow squalls, what road conditions are like. We will pull up cameras where we can. I've been doing in the background, I've been researching where there are webcams or live cams that we can tune into, just in terms of being able to provide information. So if you're looking to travel, let's say Ottawa to Toronto, and you want to know if there's the 401 is a disaster, what's an alternative, Highway 7, stuff like that. So we're definitely going to be doing that kind of stuff. So let's have a quick look. 7:47. So new updates should be coming in. I suspect we're going to see everything weakening, but Mother Nature always has a way of proving me wrong. So so Tina saying, thanks for doing this. Just subscribe. Thank you for that again. Check you out when we get weather warnings. I'm in Ottawa and we have a severe thunderstorm watch, even though it's sunny and clouds seem far away. So there's a watch out that should be over. The severe thunderstorm warning for the storms has moved out as well. There won't be anything for the rest of the night. I'm highly doubtful of that for the Ottawa region, including Gatineau, Quebec, the other side. So this is, now that it's moved east, this is the main show. And once this dies, I think we're good for the night. So appreciate all the support, guys, the positive comments. Again, we love interacting with you guys. Connor, when he's back here, loves to chase and interact as well, bringing it to us live. And we're actually bringing some other chasers on board as well, so we will have more than just Connor out there at times. And I even hope to find myself out there with somebody else in the driver's seat here at the, in front of the computer, that kind of thing. So it will progress and grow and evolve. Perfect. What is the clutter on the radar south of Ottawa? Let me just take a look for you. So when you say clutter, if you're referring to these darker blue-green, this line, that's a boundary that's been left by these storms. So that is just an anomaly or part of what's happening just in the environment to do with the storms that pass through the area. You can get clutter or noise towards dusk when you have what's called an inversion, and it's the moisture level goes up essentially, and the radar picks up on it somewhat, and it makes it look like there's actually something there when there's not, and that's just experience looking at the radar. If you're seeing yellows, greens, orange and red, that's when you have storms that are happening or precipitation that's happening. Everything else, there's a lot of noise in the radars that's just inconsequential when looking at it. So let's see here, 7:53. So did we get an update, and I'm just talking? Yeah, okay. So it does look like things are weakening at this point on these storms. There are still some areas that are more intense than others, but we are less than an hour from the sun setting, so that's what I was expecting, is that these storms will slowly die out, and once dark happens, then I'm pretty sure they'll die they'll become far less intense and die fairly quickly. So just looking at comments here. Marie, thank you for subscribing. Thanks for tuning in. Always helps us out, and definitely if you're clicking on the notification icon on YouTube, you'll get a notification when we go live. I try to title, when we put the videos out, what areas we're trying to cover for that day, and that way you can check, hey, this affects me, or no, it doesn't, and you can choose to tune in or not. So Rainbow, appreciate it. Yeah, I hope everybody had a good Canada Day as well. I did talk early on in the stream, I believe, maybe not, I may have talked to a neighbor, that I was watching a little storm that moved through downtown Ottawa on Canada Day, and it was this tiny, tiny little storm, and it just rained on everybody downtown in Ottawa, I'm pretty sure. So I was, felt bad for people who were out there enjoying the nice weather, and this one little storm just tracked right over downtown. Let's have a look here. Okay. Yeah, we're starting to lose our visible satellite. Just got a message from Connor. Oh, Connor's having technical difficulties. They're having a problem charging the phone, so he's going to have to end the stream anyways, which I think he's already done. But thanks for letting me know, Connor. Appreciate that. Safe travels if you're going anywhere for tomorrow, and we'll stay in touch. I'll reach out to you after this stream is done. Connor's in Alberta, for anybody that's just first time tuning in to us. He's out there on his vacation storm chasing, and we stream from a phone, just a regular phone using the camera, but apparently he's having a problem with the charging cord isn't charging it, so the battery is conked out. So and then tomorrow he's possibly chasing Saskatchewan, so he's got a bit of a drive ahead of him, if that's what he's going to be doing. So always want people to travel safe out that way, or out anytime, but when you're storm chasing especially. Okay, let's see what's happening here and see if these are gonna die. 7:53. Yeah, we should get an update here any second. Just messaging a few people here. Sorry, I'll get back to you guys in a second. Okay. Yeah, so our next update should trickle in right now. I'm mostly curious about the stuff down by Moose Creek, St. Isidor, Dundee and Maxville. So Moose Creek has got a bit of intensity above it, and to the southwest of St. Isidor. So things might be finally starting to try and track out of the area over there. It's definitely putting up a fight to try and stick around. I'm just going to look from the Montreal radar to see if there's anything. No. So the storm that moved across the St. Lawrence River We were looking at that earlier. It has died in terms of intensity. It's just a thunderstorm with some rain. Nothing super intense at this point. The only thing that's left of any intensity is what we were just mentioning here. I'm going to switch back to our other radar. It's probably right in the middle, but these two areas, right here and right here, are basically the two areas of the most intense precipitation right now. Strong lightning to the north surrounding that area. The Moose Creek one, there's a little less lightning on it, but that's the only stuff left that would pose any kind of threat in terms of hail. Everything else has slowly but surely died off. So. Back here, I'm actually hoping in the future where we can have multiple streamers, where we have 3-4 guys or people out chasing that we can tune into. So if we have a problem with one stream, we can switch over to another chaser, that kind of thing. So. Again, that's all coming down the pipe, as they say, and as we grow, we'll add that kind of information, and we'll grow it from there. Just looking to see if there's any updates on the stuff in Alberta. Scroll down, Drayton Valley, yeah, okay. Nothing new by the looks of it. No, okay. So let's do that. Okay. Well, we'll see what the next few scans give, and if it continues to weaken, that might be all she wrote for these storms, which is good for the region. Some areas got quite a bit of rain, I'm sure, out of these storms. Some of the areas need it quite a bit. For example, where I'm at, my grass is definitely hurting for some precipitation, but it's definitely in need of a watering. Let's put it that way. Hawkesbury area calmed down. It wasn't too bad. All to the south. Yeah, perfect. Thanks for the update, Huck. Yeah, it was on the very northern tip of the storms, because originally they were tracking eastward and then they took a swing to the southeast. So I don't think any of the models were showing that. Most of the models were showing storms firing and then moving eastward, like almost straight eastward. And so this big cluster definitely did different than models were thinking, and with a southeasterly and even a southerly track to it was unexpected. Blake, can you check Wyoming, Ontario for later? Okay, let me take a quick look. What... I didn't even know there was a Wyoming, Ontario, so I've learned something new. Where's Wyoming? Oh, okay, west of London near Sarnia. I don't think... give me a sec here. I will take a look at radar. That'll be down on this radar here. Everything is currently north of there. But there is a southeasterly track to it. So they've just... Yeah, so as the storms come off the lake, you might see some precipitation. It doesn't... there's a few areas that are intense in terms of currently this area right up here, which is just about to come onto the lake. and I'll zoom out so you can see where that is, but it looks like a line of storms. You'll definitely have some lightning, thunder, and rain. How intense they'll be, I don't know. Just from these few scans, they don't look super intense at this point. And yeah, so I can look a little bit more in depth later if I have a minute, but that's right now, it's just a line dropping south. Excuse me. Let us gander back here to Ontario, not Ontario, to Eastern Ontario, and just see if our latest scan, 7:59, we should have something here any second. I'm curious if these areas will subside a little bit. So okay. Checking to see if anything else is updated. These storms refuse to give up in this area. Yeah, I'm definitely, like I said, I'm going to look into this after and chat with a few more people that probably know more than I do about this kind of thing. But east of Moose Creek and southwest of Maxville, another area of intense precipitation, southwest of St. Isidor, and then west of St. Isidor, more than likely some small hail involved there, north of Castleman. And in fact, there's a couple of what I say spotter dots on it. That might be Matthew. Yeah, Matthew is out there with his chase partner. So he's right on that at this point. So yeah, so these storms just continue to persist in that one little area. So I'm wondering if after dark they're gonna, it'll take till dark for them to die, kind of thing. Because the lightning, you can see, is quite intense in that region. There's a lot of it out there. So Blake, do you think maybe later I'll get some hail? It's possible. When I quickly looked at it, there were some areas that definitely had the potential for hail. But as they drop south, the problem, same thing as what we're talking about here in Eastern Ontario, Blake, is that as the sun goes down, storms lose that energy from diurnal heating. So they don't tend to survive as intense after dark, and it usually doesn't kill them, but I mean, it can kill them completely, but it definitely loses that intensity. So to have hail after dark, I'm not thinking that's a very likely scenario for you. If you're looking for hail, that's not the answer you want to hear, but if they get to you before dark, which I doubt they will, because it's 40 minutes from sunset right now. So more than likely you won't see hail. And 8:05, 6 minutes till, or sorry, 6 minutes in, so 3-4 minutes to our next update. I will zoom out here. So yeah, everything once they're past further east, the intensity has died off on them. There is a storm here to the north. This is Notre-Dame de la Paix in Quebec, Boileau, Lac des Plages, in that area. It's a heavy precipitation thunderstorm. Nothing in terms of hail based on radar. Some decent lightning strikes. So that is, let's track it here for you guys. So it has come easterly from there, and it looks like it's trying to expand south on that last scan. So it might be heading in a southeasterly, easterly trajectory, which we have been seeing on storms today. So that's another one to keep in mind. way up there. 8:05. Yeah, any second here. I'm still baffled by this. These three areas of intense precipitation. Question from Joel. Anything for the Sudbury area? I haven't looked up there today, so let's back out here. Is my thing frozen? Oh, sorry, I know why now. Okay, so your radar, so Sudbury's radar, which is just to the south of it, is this one right here. It's red, so the data feed from it is down. Our radar, Franktown, just comes to the edge of it, doesn't show anything here. So I can't really give you information on Sudbury right now. I'm just seeing where the nearest radar to it is north of Sault Ste. Marie, I believe. So it doesn't look like there's anything of any. There's only one little storm way north in Shining Tree on that from northwest of Sudbury. So right now, Joel, nothing that I would say. Obviously, I'm a little blind without the radar, but based on what I'm seeing with the other radars, you're probably okay. I don't see anything of any, that would impact you. Let's stretch back down here. So, okay, this is our latest scan, and this area has grown and kind of merged with the one that was, so these two areas have kind of formed one big area of heavy precipitation again to the northeast of Castleman, just over to the west of St. Isidor, and I'm sure St. Isidor is seeing some of it. So still hail possibility off of that based on what I'm seeing here. Connor is just messaging me, so I'm just replying to him there. Okay. Yeah, so I bet you Castleman, St. Isidore, Limoges, those areas there, Moose Creek, St. Albert, I bet you power outages are happening there. Actually, we can do this. I will take a look at the hydro map to see what it shows and see if there's anything serious or so where all these storms have tracked right now, there's 200 out just northeast of Castleman. There's there's 10,795 out of power according to the map throughout that whole region. So where these storms are sitting right now, we're definitely showing some power outages there. Definitely on a much larger scale. And then there's one Alfred Plantagenet. There's about 1,800 people out for that one. So definitely some power outages with these storms. Just got a new warning. Darky saying he got a new warning. Where would you... Really? Did they update this again? No? That's strange. Not sure why you would have got another warning for Chesterville. There's nothing, unless my software's not showing it, but these are all old warnings. Wonder if that's just a network glitch. Blake, can you watch on Wyoming, Ontario Severe Thunderstorm Watch and see what it says, please? I can probably do that. Sorry, give me a sec here. So that'll be this big one right here, if it'll cooperate. So this is for southwest Ontario, obviously covering a large area, southwest of Cambridge, London, Chatham, to Sarnia. It says conditions are favorable for the development of severe thunderstorms that may be capable of producing strong wind gusts and large hail. Wind gusts of 90 km and hail up to 3 centimeters or 1 inch. It says continuing this evening. I guess they're expected over the area. These are expected to move east of the area later this evening. So that's what they've put out. I think the southern portion of this warning area isn't going to see a whole lot based on that, but hopefully that helps answer your question, Blake. And we're going to go back to this and back to Eastern Ontario and see what the latest update shows there. Out in Cowansville, was hoping to see a storm tonight. We need some rain. Everything's getting pretty dry. Yeah, Brad, I agree with that. It's certain areas that are getting rain, but not all of them. And I'm south of Ottawa in the Kemptville area, and we're definitely missing some rain as well. So yeah, it's just hit or miss at this point. You guys might get some residual rain from this if these storms do maintain after dark as they track eastward. They're not going to be intense in any way, but you're definitely in the potential zone if this continues after dark, just so you know. So you may wake up to the lawn being watered. Weather network being strange. You know, that happens. We all have our strange moments. There'll be times where we're strange, but today's not one of them. So, Steph, tuning in. It's insane in Alexandria last 2 hours. Yes, the storm has basically not parked itself over top of you, but as it progresses east to the west, more storms fire, and it's kind of like a giant conveyor belt of storms. It's been even worse in St. Isidor, Castleman. They've had more intense stuff there. So you're definitely still going to be in it for a little while. Hopefully after it gets dark, the storms will weaken and move off. That's what I'm hoping for everybody, and we'll see if that's what actually transpires. Let me just take a look here. What time is it? It's 8:20. Wow. Okay. Late. We've been on for, 4 hours. We're just coming up on 4 hours here, so since all this started. Hopefully, I'm just looking at the sun out my window. It's starting to go down over the horizon. That's definitely going to help to weaken what these storms are able to tap into. Steph saying no power. I assume the hail you predicted hit the Hawkesbury Hydro Dam or something. Yeah, I'm not sure. They don't know what. I looked at the power outage on the storm center. They did not have a reason. Every one of them says under investigation, pending classification, which is always frustrating. And then they put a restoral time, which I don't understand if they don't know what it is, how they're doing that. But some of them are saying restoral times around 10 p.m., 9:45, 8:30 for one small one, but I doubt that that's going to happen. So you're probably looking, between 10 and midnight for power to be restored on these, depending how many they have to deal with. So light some candles, hopefully, and when it gets darker, light some candles. That tells you how old I am. Today, everybody's got a battery flashlight or whatever, but yes, the olden days it was all flashlight or all. I need a break. It's all candles. Okay, let's have a look here. See when our next update. We're about 3 minutes out on that. Steph, we appreciate you tuning in, and glad we could keep you informed. And don't forget to subscribe so you get notified when we do come on for this area. We will definitely be doing that more and more often. Just going to look at the storm to the north in Boileau. It is not severe warned at this time. It is showing an intense area of precipitation between Saint-Émile de Suffolk and Boileau. So definitely need to pay attention a little bit to that for the precipitation side of things, but just a regular thunderstorm other than that. And then this cluster still continues on. And I'm really curious if it's going to start to die down. Josh. Oh, okay. So Josh is out of town wondering about Athens in terms of north of Brockville, I'm assuming. Or not. Is it north of Brockville or northwest of Brockville? I always screw that up. Why? Well, I've lost my mind here. There we go. Yeah, west of Brockville. There's nothing happening there. No storms. If anything, there might be a very minor shower overnight, but I'm even skeptical of that, Josh. So you're in the clear in Belleville as well as in Athens as well. So. Yeah, emergency lighting is definitely a good idea, especially if you can buy them like something on Amazon or whatever with a battery backup. You can definitely do it for a lot less than it used to cost back in the day. So good point there. We're getting little tips here and there for helping people out. It's interesting, I think, that other than the only warning that Quebec has put out is this bottom southwest corner, and I'm going to read that to you guys as well. They're tracking an area of severe thunderstorms capable of producing very strong wind gusts up to nickel-sized hail and heavy rain. So that is all the way from Castleman down to south of Salaberry to Valleyfield and in that area there. So that's the last of the warnings that are out in front of this storm. And I'm curious to see if the intensity continues in the St. Isidor, Dundee region. Yeah, and I'm actually going to bookmark this so for future. Perfect. Oh, wow. It just keeps maintaining over St. Isidore. So the southern portion has weakened on the last scan that was near Apple Hill. It just looks like rain right now, but the St. Isidore area is definitely still maintaining that intense rain core and probably some hail in there as well. So that is continuing at this time. That was a scan at 8:23. So we'll see. I'm baffled by that a little bit, but everything else seems to be dying off for the most part. If we look at the rest of this storm as it's tracked east, it's now just rain. Even the lightning has subsided. Down in Rigaud, along the Ottawa River, Hudson, there's a few areas of intense rain, but the meat of our intensity is this cluster here, just on the 417, or north of the 417, sorry, near the St. Isidore area. So that continues this afternoon or this evening, and again, we'll see if that starts to subside once it gets dark. Just gonna bring this up so you can see on the visible satellite how it's starting to get really dark, and again, that's what helps to weaken the storms. Okay, let's go back to the main screen. Track back out here. Just get a broad view. Yeah, I think this is our last area of concern, and it's unfortunate because it's over an area that's been affected for the last number of hours, and people without power, that's even less fun. So we are 20 minutes from sunset, probably half an hour from total darkness, and we'll see if that impacts this storm. I'm hoping in the next several scans that it starts to die and turns into just rain and doesn't have that intensity to it anymore. I'll just bring that up here. We'll stay zoomed in on that. Check to see if we've got any updates over here. Okay. Kill that off. See if there's any updates on the power side of things. If there's more areas that have gone out. Yeah, there's some larger areas, and there's definitely some areas there that are going to be out for a little bit anyways. It's the rest of the province. I'm just looking to see. That's the only area that's got anything of any significance. Is obviously the eastern townships. Okay. Anybody, if you guys have questions, I know some people tuning in, later on in the stream. If you have questions or anything you want to know about weather or what's going on currently, by all means, drop a comment in the chat, and I will do my best to address it. I love engaging with people, just talking weather and explaining it. So there's no stupid questions. Just happy to answer whatever I can. So I'll keep this whole area up here. Whoops. Zoom feature jumps around quite a bit. Okay. Just having a look here. I run, just so you guys know, I'm running 3 monitors, so I have all sorts of stuff on, straight in front of me, and then I have left and right. As you've seen, I've been watching all my monitors so I can keep up with what's going on. So the storm to the north, that's interesting. That's what I was curious about. It looks like it's just splitting into 2. There is an area right here that has quite a bit of precipitation on it. It is tracking, it looks like, right for Hawkesbury, coming from the northwest. So that if you're in the Hawkesbury or on the Ottawa River, you know, this storm to the north, if you're L'Orignal, Grenville on the Quebec side, Hawkesbury, Chute-à-Blondeau, those areas could see an impact from this storm coming through. It is not severe warned right now, but it might have small hail on it. Definitely an intense area of precipitation on that. We'll go back to this storm in the south here. It's still got areas near St. Isidor, still maintaining that heavy precipitation. So there's been hours of rain in that area. So there, I wouldn't be surprised if there were certain areas that, you know, had a bit of issue with flooding or water pooling, that kind of stuff. So keep an eye on that if you're in that area. Watch out if you're driving after dark in case there is water on the road, that kind of stuff. So update here from Marie in Hawkesbury. Yeah, definitely starting to hear thunder. So yeah, that's approaching you from the northwest, and there's definitely quite a bit of lightning on it. So it will track down towards you. I would say, give me a sec here. In the next 30 minutes, roughly, if it continues along its path and speed, it will be in the Hawkesbury area, roughly in that time frame anyways. Let's just take a look here. See from the Montreal radar to see what it looks like. Yeah, so the stuff that's, so the stuff that's here just on the Ottawa River, lightning, thunderstorm, decent rain, but nothing strong at this time. And that's looking at it from the Montreal radar. Go back to Franktown. And just keep an eye on this here. While it continues to persist in the area. I'm definitely going to look on social media to see in the, you know, Castleman, St. Isidor, you know, Moose Creek Triangle, just to see if, you know, somebody got some big hail in there, because it was consistent throughout the afternoon that, you know, there were some intense areas of precipitation as the storms would pass over that area. And like I showed you guys earlier on one of the showing toonie-sized hail, which is significant enough that it would cause damage to, you know, vehicles. Might dent them a little bit, little small dents, that kind of stuff. Don't think it would break glass or anything, but it always, hail isn't always the same density. So you can get hail that's like as strong as concrete, and then I've seen hail, and this has nothing to do with size. I've seen hail that can be like snowballs. Essentially just crumbles when it, you know, hits anything or anything like that. So size is one thing, but density of how strong the ice is, whether it's ice or snow type texture or structure, then, you know, you can have different results obviously with that. So I'm definitely going to be curious to see what people have posted from those areas. Yeah, Huck, thank you. Yeah, definitely you guys are getting something coming in, so batten down the hatches if you don't want your lawn furniture to take off. Other than that, it should be just rain and wind and maybe a little bit of hail on that portion. We'll see how that progresses. I'll keep both of them on the screen here just to see, because those are our two areas that we're monitoring currently, and the update should be coming any second here. 8:29. well, not any second, minute or two, and we should have it. Yeah, there's definitely a decent updraft on that storm huck for sure. So, especially with that strong reading, you've probably more than likely got a strong updraft with hail in it. So, curious what you guys will see when it passes over, if it maintains. And I think it was showing on the Montreal radar as well. So the stuff to the south in St. Isidor has definitely gone down a level in terms of intensity. We've lost that intense core for the most part. There's still a bit of it on this storm to the north, just northwest of Hawkesbury. So it's still showing some intensity there. So we are getting to that point, hopefully, that this is all going to start dying out. Just backing out here to see. We're closer to the Montreal radar now, I think, so I'll use it. This might just skirt Hawkesbury to the north and miss it for the most part. And we'll just watch 835. So that's the latest on that radar. Okay. Yeah, these are the last two areas that we're going to monitor, and once those die down, we'll more than likely call a stream at this point, but hopefully it's been informative for you guys and you've enjoyed it. And again, if you're not subscribed, definitely would love to have you guys as a subscriber, and make sure to click on that notification so we get the alerts out to you when we do go live on these severe weather events. If they're just regular rain showers, we more than likely won't be streaming, but if it's something that has the potential to be like today, where you have hail, where you have more intense storms, we're definitely going to be doing live streams more often. Chris comment, can barely hear me. Uh-oh, that's not good. Can everybody hear me, or is it an issue with the stream, or is it something else? Mimi, 3 rounds of hail here in Castleman. Yeah, you've had at least 3 rounds, and we've been watching it the whole time, so I'm just going to turn my mic up. Maybe the mic was down too much, but hopefully you guys can hear me pretty good. Let me take a look there, Blake. I'll see if I can back out and take a look at the storms down by Sarnia. There's a couple chasers out there too. They look pretty intense. That line definitely has some energy to it. I'm going to use a US radar just to see a little more information. So what I'm looking at is actually a US radar, which gives me a lot more information that I can tap into. So I'm just looking to see how strong the tops of the storms are in terms of how high the updrafts are going. And then I'm also looking at what we call vertically integrated liquid, if it would load. Let's see if it'll download. Yeah, there we go. So just looking at these storms in terms of vertically integrated liquid, nothing super intense on these ones right now. Just rain, some spots with heavy rain and some decent lightning on it. So so far you're okay down in Wyoming, Ontario, which I learned was a place today. Okay, back to this. Zoom in. Watch this. There we go. Okay. Thunder in Caledon. What are eastern townships? Kind of east of Ottawa, just throughout the region. Essentially east of the 416, I guess, is the best way to describe. Well, maybe even west of the 416. I'd have to look it all up, but eastern townships are considered like the eastern portion of Ontario. Funky looking clouds coming in, apparently Huck says, and that would be on the Hawkesbury side of things. So we'll see at 8:35 here. We're 8 minutes past that, so next update's in the next minute or two, and we'll see what it shows us. Okay. Just looking to see here. Yeah, we're almost dark on this. I'm just going to step away for 1 second. Okay, I'm back. I was just resetting a piece of equipment that I have. Let's go back here. Let's take a look. Just working on... Oh yeah, okay. This is what I'm hoping to see, which looks like the latest scan here is showing that both areas are weakening. So the one to the north of Hawkesbury and then this line here down by St. Isidor is definitely looking like everything is weakening at this point. So the next 2-3 scans, I suspect that it will continue to downtrend. And as it continues to downtrend, we will lose that intensity on the storms. It'll just be rain, and then we'll be out of those severes. So I think that's a good sign for everything that's coming. Just looking here, and it's probably getting pretty close to the end of the event for the region, and we're just going to subside with some showers, and then that'll die off. And again, for Eastern Ontario tomorrow, I don't think there's anything of any significance that's potential, but once I finish this stream, I am going to look at models and assess whether we might be doing something tomorrow as well. So I'll keep an eye on that, and I'll just check. Okay, so okay, perfect. Thanks, Helen. Appreciate the update. Mom lives in Prince Edward County, east on Highway 401. Gotcha. Okay. Constant thunder, bit of rain in Caledon. Yep, that would make sense. Yeah, Marie, I think you're right. The storm is going to just miss you to the north in Hawkesbury. So storms have been missing you all day long, which is, I guess, nice, unless you need rain. And at that point, you may have gotten a little bit today. So Eastern Ontario from Evelyn. I have pink sky. So pink sky at night is a sailor's delight. Yes, that's the old saying. So yeah, I'm just looking out my window. It's kind of peach colored over here. So nice little sunset happening. Sun actually 4 minutes away from the sun going down over the horizon. I figure about 25 minutes till it goes completely dark. And then the show will be over, as they say. I can have a break and go grab some dinner. I didn't think I was going to be on here for 4 or 5 hours. I don't know how long it's been. It's been 4 hours and 20 minutes, but yeah, definitely going to go grab a bite to eat after this. Ottawa, Ontario. Yeah, there's. Are you asking if there's? Oh, yeah, it's okay. Yes, there's nothing happening in Ottawa. The storms are all to the east of Ottawa. It missed to the north, and earlier today around 4:30, the storms were to the north of Ottawa. Outside of that, there's been no action, and there's nothing coming for Ottawa at this point that's on radar. So you're in the clear. To the north in Marksay, from Sudbury going south is pink. Very cool. It's amazing how some of the sunsets. I love actually when we're storm chasing down in, out west on the prairies, because you can see so far. And in Oklahoma, Kansas, you get these big storms that move through, and on the backside you get them being backlit from the west by the sun setting, and sometimes you can get some absolutely amazing views. So definitely the calm after the storm, as they say. Nothing that I can see for Prince Edward County or Quinte West for any significance. There were some rain showers that were kind of moving through the area, but it was just rain, nothing of any intensity. But I'm looking at radar right now, and there's nothing of any significance. There's few little things down by Oshawa, but they're basic rain showers, nothing intense. And again, when we were talking earlier, I think that once it does go dark, most of this is going to die off and disappear. And if anything is going to continue, it'll just be basic rain showers, and the severe threat will be gone. So 8:41, 9 minutes ago. So new updates should be coming in. No problem, Chris. Happy to answer any questions. Just waiting to see what these next two scans show. 8:41. Yeah. So hopefully by 9 o'clock, this is all significantly downtrended, and we don't have to worry about it anymore. Canceled. Nothing ever happens in Ottawa. Well, I was working 2 years ago in Ottawa in July when that storm came through, and I worked at a car dealership, and entire inventory was destroyed by hail, including my own vehicle. So, but it's not funny, it's on a large scale versus a small scale. That storm tracked only through a part of Ottawa, didn't even hit most of Ottawa. So it depends where you are. And then, in 2018 we had some tornadoes. So it is sporadic, but it's good for the people that live in Ottawa, I guess. So it depends on perspective. Showing 23C, no wind, clear skies off of Highway 17 East. Yeah, nice. I would love 23C. It was, I'm just looking here, I think it was 27 or 28 is what we hit in terms of temperature. I'm south of Ottawa in Kemptville. So it's definitely much, I'm not big on 25 degrees or hotter. So when you get into that, I get into my uncomfortable zone. Sounds pretty nice, to be honest with you. Okay, storm north of Hawkesbury is definitely dying. St. Isidor just refuses to give up. This storm still showing some areas of heavy precipitation. I'm a little shocked at that. But yes, this stuff to the north is dying off. Rain to the east. Yeah. So the only two areas right now are right here, over the 417 and over St. Isidore. Okay. Just gonna look at something here. Need to send a message out. Okay, back to this. We've lost basically visual on our visible satellite just because of lack of light, so that's becoming useless at this point. I could switch it over to infrared, but it doesn't make sense at this point to do that. And what else have we got going on? Don't think there's anything much else left to keep an eye on here. There is some stuff in Toronto, it looks like. Kingstown. North York, Markham getting a little bit of rain. Some lightning, nothing too intense. This line that's down by southwest Ontario, it's not moving very much by the looks of it. It's almost like my radar crashed again. That's the second time on this stream. I'm not sure what's going on there. Probably just wants to stop for the night. It's turning in its time slip. Let's see here if I can play this. Yeah, coming over from Michigan. So storms coming from Michigan into southern Ontario, into Wyoming, and into Sarnia, London. There's going to be some precipitation, but I suspect the same thing that's happening once it starts to get dark. These are just going to weaken and slowly disappear. Not saying no rain, but it definitely isn't going to be anything of consequence down there. Okay, let's come back here and take a look. And I'm actually going to move this for a second. That made it even worse. My software is acting up. Let me reset it. Yeah, it keeps doing that when I switch screens. Bear with me, guys. Sorry, just having an issue with the software not wanting to play nice. I wonder if it's the computer or is it the software? No, I think it's the software. Okay, give me a sec here. Radar scope. Okay. I'm going to give that a second and we'll try and get the radar back up here. Sorry guys, just bear with me. Okay, everything else is closed. Okay. Well, this is unfortunate. Grab radar. I can't change the size of it though. Well, so we're going to be working on a minuscule screen. I have no idea why it's not working right now, but it's probably just because we've been streaming for 4.5 hours and the computer's maybe throwing a tantrum, but I'll keep an eye on this for the next couple of scans. 8:53 was the last one, so St. Isidor has finally calmed down. That area of the storm is dying off at this point, so it's fairly safe to say, with us being 10 minutes almost after sunset, that once the sun is down, all of this is going to be over with, and nothing more to worry about. So I apologize that my radar is a little bit shrunk down, but I think we're at the end of this event, so it's a good thing it happened at the end and not at the beginning, because that would be no fun. So I'll wait for this next scan. If everything continues to downtrend, we'll probably call the stream at that point. Before I do that, I just want to thank everybody for tuning in today, whether you were on for 5 minutes or the whole time. We appreciate all of you. Thanks for asking all the questions and interacting with myself. And as always, don't forget to subscribe, because it gives you notifications if you hit that notification icon when we go live, so that we can warn you guys about the storms. Evelyn, where are you located, Evelyn? You have a storm warning or a storm watch? Because if you have a storm watch, you have, if you're up in Sudbury area, that's just a storm watch. So that just means that the potential was there for storms to happen today. Based on what I'm seeing, I'm just reading it up here, how long they've got it for, another 5 hours. I don't suspect anything's going to happen after dark in your area or anywhere else for that matter too much. So you have if you do get a severe warning, that will be for a specific storm. You've just got a storm severe watch out, meaning that the potential is there, but there's nothing currently that's happening that I can see, at least on my software. So just based on my information, you're good to go. Hello, Canadian friends. Hi there, tulips. Sorry, tulips. Appreciate you tuning in. And I will move back actually to our radar here before I forget to do so. We should have an update here in about 2 minutes. Oh, I can manipulate. Oh, hey, we're back. Just in time. So I don't know what that was, but my computer was obviously unhappy with whatever was going on. So we will, hopefully everything is downtrending and the rain will stop for the eastern portion of eastern Ontario in the next hour or two, and then it should be sunny skies tomorrow. So at least that's what I'm hoping. Okay. Creekwalker, we had a storm roll through Newcastle area. Okay, just a bunch of rain and some nice lightning rolled out over Lake Ontario is now the Americans' problem. There you go. So done in Alexandria. Yeah, the radar is indicating that too. So Steph, hopefully you get your power back. You're out of it at this point, as long as nothing else forms. But based on what I'm seeing, everything's downtrending. And there's the next scan, and everything is dying off. So this is the end of the event for this area. The severe watches will drop here, and severe warnings as well. So I appreciate everybody tuning in. Thank you. Again, love that you guys are watching, and we will see you guys on the next live stream. Have a wonderful evening, and hopefully the power comes back on for those that are missing the power, and it's happens soon. So thank you. Have a nice night.